day, all our hopes for the future are lost in the sea. Sink or swim, now it's all up to me. You abandoned the boat and sailed away with somebody new. Now our love is a shipwreck that's lost in the sea. In the sea. In the sea. In the sea.
Nothing, I take it, it works. Thank you. Hello and welcome to all of you to this 2022 edition of the EUROCAE Symposium. As President of EUROCAE, it's my great pleasure to welcome you here in Warsaw for this symposium. It's a great event for EUROCAE every year to have this symposium. We have 2 years now of COVID-19 issues behind us with the no symposium at all in 2020, only a virtual one in 21, and now we are back in the room, alors hybrid mode, so some of you are not here but remote, but still it's very good to see people alive in the room. Welcome back. So I will very, very briefly give the floor to the first keynote speaker, who is Philippe Cornelis from DG Move, Aviation Director to DG Move. He will give you a short and interesting insight of the aviation evolution. So if Philippe is online, I give the floor to him. Philippe, welcome.
Yes, good morning, Bruno. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, thank you very much for inviting me to say a few words at the opening of your annual symposium. Hopefully from now on it will be again annual for 2022. It's an honor and a pleasure for me to be able to address such a wide audience of industry leaders. I would have much preferred to be with you in person, but things are what they are. And of course, the COVID crisis has made virtual encounters more common, less exceptional. But I must admit, I am also, like you, eager to be able to greet other colleagues in person. Let's hope we can turn a page definitively very soon to reach the new normal, which from my perspective, hopefully would not be too different from the old normal. These are, of course, times of change, and aviation is always somehow in the middle of those changes and needs to adapt swiftly. Aviation was greatly impacted by the COVID crisis, possibly more and longer than any other sector. And now we have on top of that the Russian war of aggression in Ukraine, a completely unprovoked and unjustified war. And I want to thank EUROCAE for having swiftly stopped all interaction with Russia, and all of you whose companies and organizations have stopped working with Russians. It's essential that we show Russia and the rest of the world that such gratuitous aggression will not be tolerated. And of course, let's not lose sight either of our common longer-term challenges, the need to reduce environmental impact, and the need to embrace digitalization even more than before. These two meta trends have reinforced the need for continued change in the air transport sector too. And also the need to adapt to new actors such as drones or space operations, as you will be discussing in some of the panels in this symposium. What we are seeing, what we are witnessing in all those upheavals is that aviation is showing great resilience to shock, great ability to adapt itself, and certainly a willingness to evolve in front of these important challenges. This is encouraging, and it leads me to be optimistic about the future of aviation. We need and we are able to build a more efficient, more sustainable, and more modern air transport system. And all of this, of course, needs the support of industry standards that are fit for purpose. When we launched at the time the Single European Sky, our main objective was to develop a high-performing European ATM system that would allow for higher capacity and top-level safety while reducing costs. And there was less attention at the time for the environmental impact. The focus was on increasing systems' ability to manage a larger volume of traditional air traffic. Today, our focus has shifted somewhat towards managing growing air transport volumes in a more sustainable way. We also realize that we do not need immense available ATM capacity all the time, but rather a scalable capacity, scalable up and down to manage more efficiently the actual traffic demand that, as we know, can rise and decline with different crises and economic growth. We also realize that we need to take into account new categories of airspace users and extend the management of operations beyond the current limits of the airspace. Addressing these priorities requires a strong investment in innovation and requires exploiting the potential of automation and highly connected systems, both in the air and on the ground, enabled by extensive digitalization. This is why we created CESAR to modernize ATM as an enabler for a cleaner, more efficient, and more resilient aviation. And now we are moving under the CESAR 3 joint undertaking to a new phase to continue developing those innovative solutions together with the industry. And of course, these solutions also need to be deployed as fast as possible and in a standardized and interoperable way. We have therefore also renewed the deployment framework with the adoption of Common Project 1 CP1, and also very soon with a renewed governance under a new CESAR deployment manager to ensure faster synchronized deployment of key ATM functionalities. Our ambition is still to achieve a European ATM system that is highly digitalized, resilient, environmentally efficient, and scalable, able to integrate safely a wide variety of new aerial vehicles alongside growing numbers of conventional manned aircraft. This objective is fully in line with the Commission's vision for change within the European Green Deal and the Sustainable and Smart Mobility Strategy. These two policy documents place the digitalization and decarbonization of transport at the very heart of the EU's policy. We also have to explore the path of decarbonizing the fuels used in conventional aircraft and also in developing cleaner aircraft. In this area, we are, for example, preparing legislation to mandate the blending of sustainable renewable fuels into jet fuel. This initiative is called Refuel EU Aviation. And we have also just set up an industrial alliance to promote the development, production, distribution, and use of sustainable aviation fuels, which many diverse industry players have already decided to join. And all this will only be possible if it is built on high-quality standards that ensure and maintain a high level of safety, protection from cybersecurity threats, harmonized implementation, and above all, interoperability of the systems deployed in Europe and beyond. We have also, as you well know, revived the Single Sky CES2 Plus proposal with the aim to strengthen the European network, to promote a European market for data services, streamline the economic regulation of air traffic services, and improve coordination within the CESAR system. New ways of providing services will be possible in the future with the introduction of ATM data service provision, or the new large-scale services to the growing drone community, for example, in the airspace. Let me dedicate a few words to these future challenges that will pose to the standard setting. Firstly, digitalization, ATM data service providers, and virtualization. The ATM system will become much more digitalized even, and service provision may be based on virtual air traffic services and the use of common ATM data services across borders. This will bring new challenges for all the industry and service providers, but also for the standardization of systems that will need to develop new forms of standards based around information services rather than equipment performance. Digitalization and the scarce spectrum resource will increase the technical challenges, as we see, for example, with the current case of next generation of radio altimeters to be compatible with 5G and in the future 6G. Secondly, drones and the services to manage them in the U-space airspace. In order to enable the safe operation and seamless integration of drones into the airspace in a coordinated and interoperable way, we have to make sure that the necessary and appropriate standards are available in good time. And finally, the need to address rising cybersecurity threats and risks in a more digitalized and distributed system is, of course, increasing. And the standardization activities will need to take that into account as well. In the meantime, the adoption of the new EASA basic regulation in 2018 brought the repeal of the interoperability regulation and brought new provisions to provide conformity assessment of ground equipment, ground ATM equipment under the EASA system. How this approval process for deployment of ATM technology on the ground will work is still under development at EASA, but it will involve certification and declaration of certain equipment, which will certainly rely on agreed standards, either produced by ICAO, EUROCAE, or other standards development organizations. But again, high quality EU standards for safety, security, and environment are key ingredients for successful modernization. And a strong relationship between EUROCAE and EASA is something that we are very keen on at the European Commission. In all these areas that I have mentioned, standard setting plays a crucial role to support change and progress in aviation. And EUROCAE is contributing enormously to facilitate the development of standards that are fit for purpose. Of course, EUROCAE cannot be alone in this endeavor. Standards are developed in partnership with the industry, and the industry must be committed to playing a proactive part in standard making processes, as it has done so far. On our side, Commission side, we will also continue to provide financial support to standardization as much as our funding programs will allow. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, to conclude, I would like to reiterate the importance of accelerating the work on standard setting to achieve the digitalization and decarbonization objectives of our European Green Deal and our vision for a modern, harmonized digital European sky. This objective requires the full engagement and commitment of the industry, of all of you. EUROCAE and its members can provide a substantial contribution to modernizing and digitalizing ATM in Europe and globally, an essential contribution without which it probably will not happen or not so fast. And I want to thank you for your support and commitment. And I can only encourage you to continue the excellent work. I would like to pay a special tribute, of course, to Christian Schleifer for his leadership in the past years. And I would like to wish the best of luck to Anna von Groote in her new role of Director General. I am committed to maintain a close partnership with you and EUROCAE and to deepen our already excellent cooperation for the benefit of aviation. And I'm pushing everyone else, whether it's industry or EASA, to do the same. I count on your support, and I would like to thank you very much for your kind attention this morning. It's been a real pleasure speaking to you. And of course, I wish you a very successful symposium. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Excuse me. Thank you very much, Philip, for your keynote and for your very nice words. And we're very, very grateful for the relationship that we have with the European Commission, with the EASA and all the other institutions. And we're very committed to continue that excellent cooperation as well in the future going forward. Thank you very much, Philip. And good morning also from my side. It's a pleasure to welcome all of you here in Warsaw. Every year, the Council chooses another city to go to with a symposium. Last year, obviously, we had to do it all virtually, but before that, we were in London, we were in Rome, we were in Toulouse a couple of years ago. We were supposed to go to Geneva just before everything hit us, but we're very excited to be in Poland, in Warsaw. A major country in terms of aviation, a major country, and there's a lot of initiatives going on, a lot of very good innovation, a lot of huge activities here, and I'm very pleased that Magdalena Kukula is here today to welcome us on behalf of our host country. Magdalena.
Good morning, everyone, dear distinguished guests. Yes, my name is Magdalena Kukula, and I'm Head of International Affairs at the Polish Air Navigation Services Agency. Unfortunately, our Vice President responsible for Air Navigation Services, Maciej Rodak, was not able to come to attend this symposium. Nevertheless, he asked me to pass a message to the EUROCAE symposium participants. And here it is. Dear EUROCAE colleagues, dear guests, it is hard not to be impressed by almost 60 years of EUROCAE history. From its inception in 1963, through steady growth in the following decades, to today's position at the forefront of aviation standardization, EUROCAE has always been a pillar of our industry. I have been involved in cooperation between the Polish Air Navigation Services Agency and EUROCAE from the beginning, and please accept my apologies that I cannot be with you here in person today. Standardization is not an easy business. The major risk is that our efforts to streamline a particular area of business backfire, and instead of standardizing, we inadvertently create a solution that fails to gain adoption and ends up as yet another method that is not widely used. We can see that in our daily lives. Finding a charger that will match your phone is easier than a decade ago, but it's clear not a lot of work remains. Why is that so? I think there is one soft factor that is vital in avoiding such a scenario: trust. After all, we have to be confident that proposed standardization solution is safe, cost-effective, efficient, and crucially, does not favor a particular stakeholder. And I think that EUROCAE does a terrific job of building trust between more than 200 of its members. On a final note, but still related to trust, I would like to thank EUROCAE for choosing Warsaw to host its most important annual event. I am perfectly aware that the recent terrible actions in Ukraine cast a shadow on the whole region, and therefore I really appreciate EUROCAE's commitment to Poland. Such meetings are invaluable as a trust-building measure, and especially today should be encouraged. I wish you all an insightful discussion in the coming days and a successful symposium. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Magdalena. The symposium we've already heard is special in many ways. COVID, obviously, the current situation. Nevertheless, we're so happy that about 120 have registered to be here on site with us these 2 days, and over 300 are registered to be with us also on the live stream. You see all the cameras, all the equipment here. The whole event is being broadcast, and we have already quite a number online. The symposium is every year is aimed at gathering your inputs. Although we have a couple of panels organized, we do encourage and would appreciate interaction. If you have questions, feel free to pull them on. The conclusions of the topics we will go through tomorrow, but also will help shape our work program in the future. Over the next 2 days, we will be tackling some of the topics that have been mentioned in the keynote speeches. Air taxis, concept or reality, will be our first panel. The afternoon will then be dedicated to UAS, use space in different ways, how are aviation stakeholders ready and preparing to implement the regulatory framework for use space, and then looking at UAS technology in the second session. And then tomorrow we'll be looking at cyber resilience, which is more and more important in an ever-changing domain. Sustainability, as well as then looking at space as a new topic and the new frontier. Whether through those panel discussions or presentations, the speakers will consider the developments in the industry, how much standardization plays a role or could play a role to support further developments and deployment, focus on research, technology, and regulations. As every year also, we will be holding our General Assembly tonight to inform the members about the progress of the association and our activities and to take some important decisions. And also, as every year, in the meantime it's a tradition, we will hold our gala dinner and our awards night. Unlike in previous years, we have decided, because of all those special circumstances, to hold the dinner here in the hotel, so in this same room. Will be redecorated a little bit to still have a pleasant event here. And we will also take the opportunity to recognize outstanding contributions of individuals who have really helped shape EUROCAE and bring EUROCAE forward. We'll be giving out a Lifetime Achievement Award, a Working Group Leadership Award, a Global Harmonization Award, Best Contribution, an International Award, and then the Special President's Award. I'm not giving away the winners yet. Alex will do that tonight in his usual fashion. I would like to thank especially the whole team at the council, but especially the team also at the secretariat. We're preparing every year for 6 months to have finally accumulating in those 2 days. So thank you to all of you. I think you're all back there in the room. I can't really see you because you're sitting in the dark, but Abinaya, Anna, Alain, Alex, Paulina, Sebastian, Sergio, Tuk, and Sami, who's here in the front with me, who's been the good fairy setting all of this up. So thank you to all of you, as well as to those who have stayed home in Paris and are supporting us from the backbone, or as the backbone there, Elodie, Raphael, and Matvi, who have just joined us. Just a couple of house rules or encouragements. In your bag that you have received at registration, you have received a program with a QR code, so feel free to flash that. We have, for environmental reasons, decided not to print the whole program, but you have all the speaker bios, session descriptions, etc. Available online. So if you flash that QR code, you will have that. Also, I have seen some of you, but not so many yet, discover our photo wall. Feel free to use that and post pictures, hashtag us on LinkedIn or other social media. And without further ado, I would like to thank all of our sponsors. Can we have the slide with the sponsors on it? Thales is our gold sponsor, Indra and Frequentis as our silver sponsors, Airbus, Guide, and Honeywell for bronze, and our partners, the European Commission, who's supporting us in many ways, Panzer, who's been very, very helpful in the whole setup. So thank you, Magdalena, to all of your colleagues as well, who've helped us as local support, as well as the Warsaw Convention Bureau. And as one of our sponsors, I'd like to invite Olivier to give us a message from Thales as the gold sponsor.
Thank you, Anna. Good morning, everyone, ladies and gentlemen. I won't be long. We have so many interesting discussions to come. Then, just to say that Thales and I are very pleased, delighted to be gold sponsor of this EUROCAE Symposium 2022 in Warsaw. As you may know, Thales is an historical participant of EUROCAE working groups, actually for more than 30 years. And I guess that I have 30 years of experience in Thales Group, so I have some white hair now. The reason is simple. In the field like aviation, we need standards. This is paramount for Thales, and this is crucial for the aviation community, especially to cope with the digitalization. Everyone talk about digitalization today. It's important. It's the future, the very near future. So we will need some standard for sure. And also for future European regulation, as Philippe was saying just before. I have several standards in mind in which we have participated or still participating, such as data link, ADSB, virtual centers, foreign object detection, and more recently, artificial intelligence, VTOL, cybersecurity, and UAS, topic of today's. This is why Thales remains and will remain very active in those EUROCAE standard working groups. To conclude, I promise you I will be quick. In Thales, we used to say that what is promised shall be delivered. So, to conclude, I wish you an excellent and exciting symposium, and I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. The event really wouldn't be the same without the sponsors, so we're very, very grateful for that. So without further ado, I'd like to invite the first panel on stage. First, we will be looking at VTOL. Are we ready? I have Sebastian, who will introduce the panel, and then our moderators and speakers, Lionel and Jörn. And I think there's quite a few also online. Sebastian?
Thanks, Anna, and welcome everyone. It's a pleasure for me to open the first panel. Before we start, one quick technical point. We prepared a few polls. So to participate to the polls, please, especially for the people here in the room, access our event platform. And on the right-hand side, you will have the survey button. Below the live stream, you will have a question mark next to panel 1 to ask live questions. Now, panel one, air taxis, concept or reality, will be the questions. We will discuss if this will be already feasible now, if we are ready for that. We have a great panel, a great moderator, Lionel Wallace, an international certification specialist with over 42 years of experience in the aeronautical industry. Lionel also did a great job in co-chairing the Working Group 112 on VTOL at EUROCAE until the end of 2021. Thanks for being here. Thanks to all the panel members. Thanks for all of you joining either on site or virtually. And over to you. Let's get started with panel one. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This will probably be the only time I'll stand up, ladies and gentlemen, for the session, because we're going to sit down. Air taxis, concept or reality. The advent of this technology is going to affect us all, and it's really a pleasure for me to be asked to facilitate this discussion. Today, we've got 3 members on the panel. The first member is Volker Arnsmeier, if we can get him on the screen, hopefully. Volker is the section manager for eVTOL and light UAS at EASA. It's our first panel member. Second is Marco Pellegrino. Marco is manager of airside operations and first aid at Fiumicino in Roma. And our last but not least panel member is Jörn Jäger, and he is the manager of airspace and vertiports as well. So I'm looking forward to a really great discussion. As Sebastian said, please use the interactive service of the questions, etc. And we'll try and answer as many questions that you give us as we possibly can. We want this to be a discussion rather than sort of a lecture, but there will be some sort of slides and information share. So just as we probably all know, those of us who have been in the industry for quite a long time, it generally speaking all starts with requirements. But before we get on to our first presentation, this question of concept or reality, is it concept, science fiction, or reality? We're going to ask you the question. So the first poll, if we can have it, is when do you think this technology and service might be ready? Let's put the first poll up. And if you're ready to answer the question, there's a few indications there, and we're hoping that we won't be surprised too much. So, in the next 2 years, 2 to 5 years, 5 to 10 years, or over 10 years? When do you think that we're going to be ready, those of you who are in the industry? Or not? You can't find the link. Okay, well, we need to sort that. Okay, sorry. Well, sorry about that. I don't know what we can do about the link, but maybe I'll tell you what we'll do. We're going to go forward with the presentation. We're going to come back to that question, and then by then, hopefully, we'll be able to make sure that you've got the link. But that will be the poll. Some people seem to have found it, because I can see some answers coming up there. But if everybody hasn't got it, we'll come back and answer that. So if we can go to the presentation material again. Requirements are obviously the first thing that we have to understand, and whether that be the requirements associated with the aircraft or with the operation, it's really important. So we're going to hear, first of all, from the regulator. And Volker, I'm going to ask you, if you're online, to start with your...
Yeah, thank you, Lionel, for the introduction. Actually, I'd like to see the slides right now. So, yeah. I'll give you a brief introduction on the development of our design and operational regulatory landscape. Next slide, please. So what we did is to review a bit the current situation about the expected timelines from the industry, the domains to look into, like starting with UAS operations in beyond visual line of sight in corridors, now then ranging up until IFR cargo operations in the large scale. From that, we then derived that we would need to start with some initial airworthiness requirements on the eVTOL side. Next slide, please. And so we developed the special condition VTOL, which we published in July 2019. The special condition on the electric and hybrid propulsion published then in April 2021. Also accompanied then with means of compliance to these initial airworthiness requirements to set the technical scene for these new entrants. With phase 1 and 2, the phase 1 issued, the phase 2 being in the final phase of it, and the phase 3 already scheduled. In parallel, we started a lot of discussions with the industry, and we invited and agreed with EUROCAE to set up a working group dedicated to develop such material that then can be used as an industry standard to complement the requirements and to be used as a means of compliance. But there are also other domains affected, and we go to the next slide, please. So in practice, what we see is we have overall 9 set of requirements, 9 set of rules affected by the new entrants, ranging from the initial airworthiness through continuing airworthiness, operational rules for the UAS, aerodromes, ATM, single European rules of the air, and so on and so forth. So overall 9 domains. And for that, we needed also to have an overarching rulemaking activity, which is the RMT 0230. Next slide, please. And as you can see, we have here listed the terms of reference for this RMT 0230, the issue 3 of it published last year. And it's well describing the wide range of activities to be covered there. In practice, this means we need to deal with elements of the ops and flight crew, maintenance, crew licensing, vertiport, ground facilities, maintenance, ATM, ANS, Sierra, and so on and so forth. And you will hear later also in the other presentations a bit about. So now on the next slide, we'll see a bit about the timelines that we expect there. And we see that there is an NPA planned for Q2 this year, so about to come, and followed by an opinion as an outcome of the consultation process in early 2023. And the second set of NPA to be published then later this year, early next year, regarding then the certified categories of the Type 1 operations and unmanned UAM. But then that needs to enter into force, and therefore we will have a transition phase. Next slide, please. As you can see, we foresee to have then the actual implementation phase in 2023, 2026, in order to accommodate all the rules for a proper operation. With these targets in mind, we would have a roadmap as on the next page, please. And next slide, yeah, thanks. So this gives you a bit of an overview of the different roadmaps, how they correlate, in order then to implement the different services and operations, ranging from the prototype specifications of vertiport designs just recently published, until then eventually airspace design in 2024. So that's what we are currently foreseeing in activities and where we are in close coordination and cooperation with all the industry. But it requires also industry and authority harmonization on other levels. Next page, please. So we are sharing the information with the NAAs in the European Union in order to prepare for the entry of the new entrants. So we're exchanging also with other authorities beyond the EU on the requirements we have set in initial airworthiness operations, vertiports, licensing, and so on and so forth. We can do that, or we are doing that on one hand in general terms, but also in some dedicated projects like validation activities and so on and so forth. However, the operational assumptions can differ quite significantly, and that leads also then to differences in the requirements. And we can talk about that later. Beyond that, we also have EU aviation partnership programs with certain regions of the world, which then accommodate also these kind of discussions with the authorities and the industries in those domains. And this actually finishes my brief introduction to this topic and to the status that we have right now.
Thank you. Excellent. Thank you, Volker. Volker, just before we go back to the poll, if everybody is ready for that in a second, what would you say is or has been the most significant challenge for preparations in the regulatory environment?
I think it was the need to transform existing rules and approaches into something meaningful for a technical field and domain, which is not yet fully explored. So the technical designs are under development. The performance are not fully known. And so we needed to provide guidance without being overly restrictive. And that is quite demanding for a regulator.
And thank you. And what would you say, Ewan, from a manufacturer's point of view, an OEM's point of view? Do you have any comment on that? Yes, it's working.
All right. Yeah, I think I would agree to what Volker said. I think we are moving into a completely new field, and we all have to learn. So I think it's really essential to accept a certain, a certain uncertainty, and to do the crawl, walk, run approach, and really to move into that gradually. I think with that, I think we have done quite a great job together. I'm really grateful to have the collaboration, and what we just see on the screen, cooperation, coordination, I think remain essential.
Marco, what's your view?
Yes, also for me, we also participated to a working group together with the EUROCAE and but also with other stakeholders. We should work together to create this new environment, and we fully agree that it can be reached only with the big efforts from all of us. Considering that it's like yes, to create a new path, new horizons for our business.
Excellent, excellent. I mean, one of the things that that we know that when you start creating new requirements, it often is quite challenging, and there was a lot of work done in decades gone by, the harmonisation, Volker. What can we expect in terms of harmonisation with other authorities, do you think? Do you think that we're going to see total harmonisation there in the landscape? Or what are the challenges ahead of us?
Well, I think that there are already ongoing efforts, as I try to express. However, there are different expectations with different authorities, considering that the operational landscape is different in various domains. So they might look at different safety objectives, at different procedural aspects, and that will lead for sure to certain differences. But at least on the technical side, we're working on a common set of requirements, or at least a common set of understanding between the technical needed requirements to drive for the safety objectives adequate for the individual operations. So we are already catering in our regulations, in our technical specifications, a range of safety objectives which should serve a wider range of activities, and that could help also then to foster the harmonization with other authorities.
Great, great, great. I'm going to come back to you with an OEM's view on how important that is, that international sort of regulatory harmonization in a second. But perhaps I can come back to our audience, both in the room and online, wherever you are. Can we go back to the poll before we go too much further? Otherwise, you'll have the answers, right? So if we go back to the poll, just like to, can I see the hands up of everybody who's been able to get onto the system, just to make sure that we're all ready? You all ready? Okay. We'll try and do that. So if we go back to the poll, the question is, when do you see the first manned eVTOL air taxi operations commencing? What period of time? Let's have a look at that. Okay, I'm going to do my countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's freeze it there. Ooh, 5 to 10 years. Wow, okay. All right, so that's a question for the panel. So your international certification and international requirements, deal with that first, and then we'll have some comments, I think, on what our audience thinks about the near term of this industry.
Right, happy to do so. Maybe I can also use the slides I've prepared to maybe introduce a bit what we have achieved and give a bit of a feeling how we see in Volocopter that. Thanks. So this picture, some of you may know already. This is how it all started at Volocopter 11 years ago. The crazy idea with this so-called yoga ball, and that actually were not really aviation people who started that endeavor. But you see what happened in the meantime from our perspective as Volocopters, and I just can show you here as an overview where we had several firsts in the world with test flights that we showed publicly, and I think this is making a big difference in order to show and demonstrate that actually that's not anymore future and some crazy ideas, but we had that flights, as you can see here, and all around the world, literally, with all the approvals that are needed from authorities, still under a test regime. Yes, that's true, but nevertheless, I think it's taking really shape, and you can see here how often we demonstrated that is going to happen. And yes, it takes some time, as we meanwhile 11 years, but we, I think, close to the certification process and implementation of commercial services, so I'm quite confident and coming back and happy to discuss it either here on stage or later on in the breaks, how you see what is needed. But I think 2 to 5 years is more than realistic to have that into commercial operations. What I can show you here, and I just want to let that video run as a short introduction. This is our aircraft that we want to certify really. So meanwhile, we have 4 generations of aircraft. So this is the aircraft that took off late last year, and this, what you see here, is really the aircraft that will go through the certification process and will carry the first passengers as early as 2024 in Paris. This is clearly our goal. So you see that aircraft is already flying. I think still we have some work to do, that's clear. But just to let you know and share a bit, of course, we are very proud of this. That meanwhile, it took 4 generations of aircraft, but what you can see here is reality flying already in Germany and hopefully close to any other test flights around the world. And with that, I think it was shown already also by Volker, but I can only reiterate it. Yes, we are not only developing the aircraft and are aware of the challenges that it takes in order to make the certification happen. We have all the topics here. I think most of you are aware of this as well. But just to make clear, we are working, and this is not only Volocopter, but all the VTOL industry on these different subjects. We are very happy to have that collaboration. I can only repeat myself and what Volker stated as well here. Really, collaboration is key. Having standards in all these fields, all these areas have to be touched in order to make it happen. We are talking here about a completely new kind of aircraft. It's flying in airspace that hasn't been used before for that kind of purposes. We have the need to train people to operate as air operators, adopt that, and we come to that further in the discussion. And with that, I think, let me finish off, at least at this slot here with that picture. I think that gives you an idea what we have in mind, how it will look like in the very near future, I think, and hope. And with that, back to you. I know. Maybe one final word for the harmonization. Yes, I think that is really also for us key that we have harmonized standards and regulation around the world. What we target is a market that is global. It's not only Europe or any other region in the world. So really the key is to have also concurrent certifications, harmonized standards, and with that we are very happy and also eager to contribute further with EUROCAE. That was mentioned. Working Group 112 is one of the key working groups we are in, and also pushing that further down the road. All right, so with that, over to you, Lina, I guess.
Excellent, yes. So one of the questions we've got in, which is really relevant to this, is are we really progressing along the right lines? Because this rules, both it be regulatory rules and or standards, is really important across regions. FAA doing something perhaps slightly different to what the EASA have done. No common industry standards to be used as AMC. commenters saying that Working Group 112 is not working with other groups. ASTM is independently developing standards. I know some of that might not be absolutely accurate. What's your view? Would you want to start off on that and maybe talk to a little bit of the work you've been doing in Working Group 112?
Sorry, let me just understand the question correctly.
So the question is everybody working together? So Working Group 112 is clearly producing some standards. ASTM are doing perhaps their own thing. Volker talked to us a bit about FAA working a bit with EASA, but the concern seems to be, is it really true? Are we all getting everybody to the same party?
Yes and no. I think partially, I think what we can do and what we see a very close collaboration between EASA and EUROCAE, and I think this is working quite well. And looking around the world, it's, I think, still a challenge. Yes, it's true. I think that there are ongoing discussions, and it's maybe not on us as Volocopter, the industry, to point also to the competent authorities to align a bit on that. So I think from our perspective, it's on its way. It's good, but still there's room for improvement. Let's put it this way.
And do you think there's more room for improvement between the industry as well?
Good question. I think in general, as there's not a market yet, I mean, we don't talk about really a market, so it's really growing. And I think all the industry, at least from the OEM perspective, are working in the same direction. So yes, I think we are aligned and are working together in that in order, because everybody knows without these standards and that collaboration, it won't work. It's a huge market, it's a huge endeavor and challenge. So only together we can do that. So I think we are quite aligned on certain topics. We see that also in EUROCAE with partners. Don't want to mention any names, but I think you know who is working in that field. We have good collaborations, be it for the aircrafts, be it in the infrastructure part. So I think, yes, I think everybody acknowledged that nobody can do it on its own. And with that, I think we are quite established, and also see that, comparing it to maybe traditional aviation and so on, that we are really the new kids on the block and have to stay together and work together. And I think that's going quite well, yeah.
So would you say that that more participation from other industry players is needed, required, desired?
Yes, definitely. I mean, it's a huge topic, as you saw, all the individual fields, and we see that in EUROCAE. I think also in the working groups, there is, of course, always the need to have the best expertise, pushing the standards, developing that. For example, the charging infrastructure, something we can learn from the automotive or existing charging infrastructure industry. So players, industry that is involved in that. I think, although they are maybe not so much inclined to work with aviation topics, are more than welcome to contribute to that. Infrastructure as well. I think we have traditional airport plannings and so on. And at the same time, we as Volocopter are also on that. We will come to it in a minute, I guess, also in that panel, addressing infrastructure topics. But yes, there are definitely, we are always welcoming new members having the experience from the traditional aviation industry to contribute to the standardization activities, definitely.
Wonderful. Volker, I'm going to come back to you and ask the question, how important is the industry participation in the regulatory development, in your view? And if you could answer that question, then we're going to come to the next poll, actually, in a second. What's your view on that, Volker?
The industry participation is paramount. We haven't developed the technology. It's the industry that is doing that. So you're gaining all the experience. You have the actual touch on the technology, and you know where difficulties are, and where standardization is helping yourself also in then developing the technology and standardizing and eventually certifying that in order to get it into operations. So without that industry participation, you would end up in probably not that pragmatic requirements and standards. And therefore, I can only invite every industry to be really engaged in the standards development.
Fantastic. Marco, do you want to comment on that?
Yes, from my point of view, it's also paramount. What we did since the beginning, because as airports, of course, we are part already of an environment where the advanced air mobility is coming, and we decided to take this opportunity as a good occasion. So for this reason, also for us, one strongly point was to be in all this group to provide also our experience, because the only way is the integration, to try to find together the possible opportunities. It's quite strong, the will and the growth of this new technology. And the best is to provide all the experience from the different stakeholders that in these years have provided already. They proved that the importance of safety, operations, business continuity, and for sure can only working together provide these results. What I can bring, for example, from my side, we are part, together with other people and the companies present today, part of the drone leaders group's strategy for the drone strategy 2.0 about DigiMove. And in that working group that is going on since already some months, you really can feel the will to be together, to collaborate together, to find the best environment, and to reach, as Jorn said before, this target in the next future. Between 2 and 5 years, of course, with the different steps, because it must be gradual. But from the other hand, it's something that it's really real present in our market. Something that I like a lot to remember when we talk about this, in my feelings, it's almost like when the car has been invented. We had the car in the beginning, and then the roads and the rules came a little later, but there was a strong will to move to a car. So we have seen probably in the beginning of the last century, really strange things going on in how to create a car, which people should have around the car to permit a safety interaction with the horses and the pedestrian. Here we have, for the first time after a lot of years, the opportunity to create new standards, new regulation, to make this new strong will to change as it was for the car alive. So we have already the experience of that period to understand that it's better to work all together to make it possible in the near future.
Thank you. Well done. I wonder, because it's a really important question, and all of our speakers have talked about how important it is, I wonder how many of our audience and those participating online as well know about the ability for industry to work on these standards as part of the UAS process. Let's have a poll and see if we can see how many people here know about that opportunity. Poll coming up. Both in the air taxi movement and the UAM. Do you know about it? Because over the next couple of days, there'll be loads of people that Anna mentioned that'll be buzzing to speak to you about how you can get involved, I'm sure. Okay. And you're not allowed to answer yes just because you've heard it just now, right? Okay. Okay, well, freeze the answer there. Okay, 26%. So there's a bit of potential there, and it really is important. I mean, Volker made the point about how important it is to the regulator, I think. Would you agree, as an OEM, that it's really difficult when the regulator publishes stuff you can't comply with? And one of the questions I was going to come to you, Jorn, with is, has the regulatory structure caused you any challenges as an OEM in compliance, or the pursuit of demonstration of compliance? Because at the end of the day, you know, with all of this, really nothing else pretty much matters other than getting certification and getting approval, right? So how are you managing with that?
Right. I think we are very lucky here in Europe, and the collaboration with the EASA, to have the chance to have that active interaction. And we have seen the publication of the SCV-tool, and with that I think it was a very pragmatic approach in order to kick that whole thing off, and it was very important for us to have it, because without, exactly as you said, Lionel, there isn't really any chance to start developing an aircraft, to freeze the design and finding subcontractors and suppliers and all that is necessary in order to design and build an aircraft. And also with the means of compliance, having these waves, means of compliance 1, 2, we are talking about the third waves soon, having that interaction and really asking the industry what is needed, and we had really the chance as an industry as a whole to talk to EASA and say, yes, these are the most important things, because they really define also the certification program we have to set up and the design of our aircraft. And with that, I think there was a good interaction. We really appreciate that, and I think that brings actually also Europe in a quite good position to have a framework that allows OEMs to design and certify an aircraft and bring it to market really soon, because it's important for us, I guess, as for every new company, to have that commercialization of the product rather soon. There are some big companies around having been deep pockets and maybe also some more time to develop aircraft, but this is really essential to have, at least for us as Volocopters, as we see ourselves as the pioneer in that industry, a very clear certification program and clear guidelines and requirements that we can adhere to. We really appreciate the high standard of safety that is built in, but I think, yes, with that, I think we're on a good path to have everything that is needed, and also having a chance to tell what we need in order to the requirements, means of compliance. So with that, I think there was a close collaboration, and I think here with the EASA we are on a good track.
Fantastic, excellent. And you've been involved in the working group for quite a while, haven't you? And specifically looking at certain activities. Do you want to talk a little bit about that, some of those?
Yes, for me myself, I was leading, or I'm still leading, the subgroup 7, which is this concept of operations, because I think this is also important to explain and share and have a common standard how we want to operate the whole aircraft as an air operator, and what it takes in order to make that happen, because we also see, I think there's still a lot of, I wouldn't say education, but to really exchange on how that operation will actually take place is needed. So that was mainly my role, or is still my role in EUROCAE. But yes, we as Volocopter are present in all the different working groups, subgroups, and of 112. I think that is it's a major working group here, and yes, we are present in all the working groups.
Thanks, excellent. So if we get the aircraft designed and certificated, then I guess there's the question of how does it fit into the existing infrastructure? That's one of the questions essentially. And Marco, I'm going to come to you perhaps to help us with that, because that's the challenge of how we do that, including the airports, the air traffic management system. Why don't you tell us, Marco, a little bit about Urban Blue and about what the answer might be to that question?
Thank you very much, Lionel. I have also some presentation, some slides that can help me. First of all, sorry to not be present now, but I will try to join you later. I had some problem with my flight, but I will be happy to then also speak during today and tomorrow. Urban Blue is what I said before, the will of airports to try to enter in this market, to try to provide the experience, and to make, as you say, the best integration between ATM, airports environment with the newest technology. Next slide, please. Our goal is studying, design, building and managing vertiports, and promoting innovative intra-mobility movements that require what is now clear in our industry: sustainability, decrease the amount of traffic that connected the big metropolitan, connect the points that were not connected before. The positioning is have a single player, have somebody that have already some experience in master planning, infrastructure management, commercial, general aviation, and helicopters that are the airports, and that can for sure bring in this discussion, in this rulemaking, our experience in this important element of all the network and all the stakeholders correlated with the legacy flight transportation. We have developed in these years specific experience in UAM. Of course, I represent the airport di Roma. There are also other airports represented in Urban Blue. But the idea was to bring our representative in the key task force together with these key representative and the stakeholders to provide our experience, to also learn by the experience of the others and try to interact the two points of view. Of course, also how these airports are integrated with the urban and local stakeholder is really important also to understand the different layer of rulemaking that is really different from the board that we are used to have, also from the airport point of view. And then the wide industrial relations that also airports can bring usually in the context that, of course, we follow day by day, is crucial for this for the integration of this important technology in our normal life. Next slide, please. Just to provide some clear, concrete point of view, as with the Aeroporti di Roma, we have been represented in some. We worked a lot with our civil aviation authorities, with our Ministry of Innovation, and also with our NSP. We are working there with the memorandum of understanding to create this environment, because it's really important to have all these stakeholders aligned. But really, again, with the feeling this big endorsement by all these stakeholders to create this new environment as soon as possible. Europe is in one of the first movers in the world, as you said before, and also Volker, because it's true. It was emerging also from the drone strategy 2.0, and most of all, we are also lucky that also Italy is one of the first mover in terms of with our civil aviation authority. We also wanted to achieve a target in the next future, together with Paris and Volocopter. We wanted to reach this goal already in 2024. And for this reason, we started cooperating also with the EASA, in the EASA task force regarding the new guidelines for the phase one. We wanted to participate for the phase two. We've been working with EUROCAE, with other colleagues that have been participating in this task force. And also together with the ACI for ACI Europe, we are quite active. We are working in the task force regarding the urban air mobility. And as I said before, representing ACI Europe, but also Aeroporti di Roma together with Aéroport de Paris in the leaders group Drone Strategy 2.0. So next slide, please. So Aeroporti di Roma and the Urban Blue, together with the Volocopter are working to create one of the first route for eVTOL in Europe, to connect Fiumicino Airport with Roma Termini. And for this reason, as I said before, to arrive to this target, challenging target in 2024, we are working really hard to put together all the stakeholders. Probably we can talk about this later, but the main aim is, yes, to find together in the different layer that will connect the ATM to the very low level through the interaction with the multi-intermodality that we can have with the airport and with the train station that also is involved in our project, is really to try to find what we are talking since a lot of years in our industry, the seamless experience that can connect directly from the flight to the urban, really urban core, and also the other modality that can be correlated with, of course, rail and airports. Thank you.
Great, thanks. So you've explained the sort of infrastructure in terms of transportation systems, etc. One of the questions I would have is, if I put myself in the position of the customer, an air taxi, if I want to book a taxi, I go down to the taxi stop, there's one there, I jump in, tell them where I want to go, and off I go. How close are we actually going to get to that sort of experience for the public, Jon?
Right. I guess in the beginning it won't be exactly like this. Let's put it this way.
What's the challenges with that then?
Yeah, I guess you need pre-surveyed sites. You cannot expect an aircraft to take off and land at any given locations close to your home. But I guess we all know that certain obstacle clearance, for example, need to be ensured. Also, given the performance of the aircraft, I think, yes, there are some limitations. But in principle, I think in the mid and long term, that is not too far away. But in the beginning, also given regulation and certain standards that have to be adhered to, I think we will not see that in the very near future. So with that,
when
I think...
when do you think we're going to see that then?
When? Sorry?
Yeah. So if what's not the very near future?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think to some extent we always need to have that sites clearly identified. And as we talk about urban air mobility, so we fly in, or as we say in aviation terms, congested areas, I think no authority will feel very comfortable that there are aircraft flying and taking off and land wherever they see a chance and can decide on themselves, specifically not the customers asking for something, next to the crossroad. And as it is always also an airspace and maybe even some areas in ground that are used by others. So that's why I think there needs to be some coordination. So with that, I think there's hardly a chance to see that in urban environments really soon. I could imagine in rural areas and some other regions of the world, when we talk about more regional air mobility, that could happen sooner. But as far as the regulations are concerned, I think there's always a need to identify certain sites, at least at potential landing sites. And with that, I think we have a similar situation with what we call the continuous safe flight and landing. So sites, in case something goes unexpected. So there's a site to land safely, controlled. And these are discussions we lead already with cities. What are locations in cities, in urban environments that could be used as a diversion site? And that brings us into the direction, I think, of something that we could imagine also later on, to use sites maybe just on ad hoc basis for certain operations. So that might be true, but I'm happy also to hear Marco's opinion on that.
So you've just mentioned talking to the cities, which implies that there's another authority outside of Volker. So Volker, I'm coming to you in a second to say, so who's looking at the whole picture? So who's talking to everybody involved in this party to make sure actually it all hangs together? Volker, is he also doing any work with cities?
We have, well, let's phrase it the other way around. What we are preparing are some standards or some guidelines, for example, how to design a vertiport, what needs to be in the vicinity, and what kind of observations, considerations need to be made in order to give guidance then to the local authorities that are in charge of approving them locally. The other thing is that we're just providing kind of umbrella rules, which are then to be followed up by the national authorities or local authorities in order to implement the operation. We're not that much into the direct discussions with the cities, considering that this is outside our remits. So in that frame, we're guiding cities, we're guiding authorities, local authorities, in how we consider and how we build up the regulations in order then to have a harmonized approach across Europe.
And does that imply that the local authorities, if by that you mean the member states, do you? Is that what you mean? So the member states, local authorities, by that, are you relying on the member states having the discussions locally with the councils and the planning people and all this sort of stuff? What's happening on that side of things? Marco.
Sorry, Ryan. Yes, from that point of view, for us, it's been quite important, of course, the involvement of ENAC, our Civil Aviation Authority. They had this really good idea to have a strategy, for a national strategy, that helped us to bring together also what came from EASA. I also appreciated a lot the benchmarking, the study that EASA did to understand what was the acceptance of the population regarding this new technology, because these elements can be really useful for business partners like airports that are quite inside the local network. And for us, it was in some way, however, exciting that how also the local community was answering. So we had the opportunity to align our projects together with some other regulations that are correlated with this. For example, sustainability multimodal plan that are done by the region. The region, at least in Italy, has an important role regarding the urban mobility in general, but also with the municipalities that have their own some specific plans, regulation regarding the intermodality. And so it was important to put in that the plans also the advanced air mobility. So my suggestion is for sure to try to do this, because of course you have to deal with a lot of normal other routes that were not taking in account about this point of view. Also from a security point of view. For example, Rome, you can imagine how difficult is in general to fly over. And that will be difficult, as Jon said, to find special places that are considered available for these different links that they can have. But I am positive. I am quite positive that they are also understanding how important is to bring this technology. So the works done in the European level, it's really important, but it's really important how it can be used in the local level to let really understand these opportunities. And for this reason, it's quite important to have in the various town or regional area or urban area the possibility to create demonstrations, sandbox, things that can also give the opportunity for the normal people to have this experience. We did with the volocopter in airport in Fiumicino. We have been showing the mock-up. There was an exposition also in the city center, and we received a really good feeling from the population, curiosity, but also the will to see this new technology alive.
Yeah, excellent. That's really interesting. Thanks for all of that. Because I guess that what the public might be expecting with this air taxi title, it's one thing to go to the airport. We can catch taxis at the airport, the land taxis, to catch an aircraft at the airport. And I suppose that's less of a challenge, would you agree, Jon, for the planning people, because there's big aircraft coming in there all the time. And certainly the aircraft that are being developed are promising to be less noisy than the current ones. But I guess what most of the consumers will be wanting to do, even if they can't pick it up from the end of their street, is something a bit closer than the airports today, which I guess we're calling vertiports. But how close are we getting to making sure that the vertiports are going to be able to be where they are? Jon, you take that question.
Yes, happy. I would say yes and no to the question. Is it easier to integrate a vertiport or our operations into existing airports?
It's easier?
Well, of course, when you look and you think of the aircraft in a conventional way, using existing runways, obstacle clearance, yes. But I think looking to Marco, and I think also from our experience talking to a lot of big airports around the world, nobody would like to see the capacity of a big airport infringed or reduced only because a small aircraft is flying in, and then with all the big turbulences and the rest of it, you have to separate the aircraft, and you lose some capacity on the runway. So that is clearly not the idea. So what we have to find is a way to fly in and out of big airports without interfering with the other air traffic, and that is a bit of a challenge.
And the question is, have we found that way? So are we ready for it?
Well, yes, we are closely working on that, I can tell you, and this is something we're looking very closely, and the situation is quite similar in various airports, because you have always at least 2 or more runways, very often in parallel systems, sometimes in different directions. So yes, we are working on that, specifically also what we would do in Volocopter and my team, and we are in close discussions to make that happen. It's not unrealistic, it's possible, I can say, and we are also testing that already and projects like funded also by CSR and so on, such as Chorus. But coming back to the question with the customer wanting to take aircraft closer where they are in the cities, yes, I think this is something we also looking very closely, and I have also prepared slides, maybe I can show them a bit later on, just to illustrate a bit what is the challenge here, creating new infrastructure. So I think what we have to face is a very small footprint that is available, because the real estate is scarce and very expensive. So we have to see how we can make an infrastructure, an airport, possible in urban environments, be it on the ground, surface level, be it elevated. Can we use, for example, also rivers? We see a lot of mega cities, that is clearly the target market for us, are located close to rivers, and can we have floating platforms making use of that one? And of course also to see how we can fly in and out with the obstacle clearance in cities, which is clearly less comfortable compared to airports. And for that, again, we have seen the prototype technical specification from EASA coming up with that volume, obstacle-free volume as a new idea, taking advantage of the performance of the VTOL aircraft. This is definitely something I think that has to be considered, and to place a vertiport where, for example, a heliport would not be possible to be placed. And that gives the chance really to put the vertiports very close to where the customer wants to go.
And I think, did I hear you correctly to say that's still possibly a challenge for some local authorities and planning people? Are we making progress on that, or where are we?
Yes, we see progress actually. So we are also on talks and actually following very concrete and specific projects without revealing more details here. And we see also in a good collaboration here with ADR in Rome, and Marco has mentioned also our first route where we think. So partially we have exactly these challenges here, but we also see other cities where exactly the same situation arises. And yes, we are promoting that. We have developed the concept already last year in Volocopter because we saw the need for it, and we are running open doors. So we're really happy to see the interest, and of course we depend a bit on the cooperation. This is where we always go and say, okay, is the authorities, are the municipalities willing to accommodate that? And if yes, I think there's certainly ways to do it. I'm quite confident.
Okay, and one of the things that's important, isn't it? We all know that aviation has experienced quite a lot of requirements from a security point of view since the last couple of decades. How do you see the clients, the customers, being able to sort of navigate their way through security? Because I guess the security that we all experience, Heathrow, I did it yesterday, is a bit tedious, isn't it? And may not be totally compatible with somebody wanting to jump in and jump out for their journey. Do you see the security status of urban air taxis the same, or is it going to be different? And to give you a chance to think about that, I'm going to send the question to Marco first, and then Volker, perhaps you'd update us on whether EASA are looking at a different set of security parameters for this sort of industry. Marco first.
Yes, thank you for the question. Security, of course, is crucial. To achieve the goal, for sure, also in metropolitan area, we also, to answer to the question before, we need to provide the service for the passenger that will permit him to really have a seamless, but from the other side, a really rapid service. I mean, they need to go as near as possible to the final destination in a really few time, because in some ways an alternative to reduce some trip that usually takes, I don't know, 1 hour, 1 hour 20, and we wanted to reduce it to 20 minutes. So we cannot spend more time for the security check, and for the other time we cannot do paths that are too far away to reach the goal. For this reason, what help us to do is try to take already from the what happened already in megacities. So if you go in for other kind of journey, like with helicopters or the other method, you have not the same security control. Of course, it must be done some risk assessment, and we are working with this. But the idea is to have the vertiport nearby the nodal intermodal point to permit really rapid movements through megacities. The security, of course, must be seamless. We want to keep a high level of security, of course, as safety, but it's crucial to find the solution also in the term. There are, in our opinion, already some regulatory frameworks regarding this kind of security, but for both the problem, I mean, for the problem correlated with find, for example, new rules to go, for example, under 1,000 feet, or to fly under 1,000 feet, and then permit to avoid the interference with the airports, and for security, we probably need to use more technologies. The technologies, both from the aircraft, but also from the operation, are quite different by the technologies that will be applied in the last years. You see also in your experience when you go through the airports, there are so many information that we can use to really be precise about the path of the passenger, the path of the baggages, and the profiling of the passengers, and all the systems that can permit the passenger to fly secure with the respect of the privacy, of course, but also to reach the aim. This business is profitable if we can assure a seamless, as much as possible, seamless and rapid connection between different parts of the urban or regional area or rural area that was not possible in the past.
Yeah. Volker, can the agency help with this challenge?
I have to confess, it's not my primary domain. I would hesitate to give you any advice in this area, and would rely on my colleagues who are actually engaged then in the working groups and task force to work on the security aspects about the vertiport designs. I would more want to highlight and drive it back to a design aspect, which will challenge us in the future when we look at remotely piloted or automated, respectively autonomous aircraft, when there would be no pilot on board anymore in order to do certain surveillance activities in this respect, but rather everything needs to be catered for through the design and features on board. Yeah. And that's just to highlight that there is an aspect that we need also to keep in mind and need to address, which is not yet the case, but we already have an eye on it and are collecting the various items that we find there. So I would hand back the question with that.
Yeah, no, it's interesting. I can understand that, the specialist issue. And we'll come on to very briefly, I think. We'll try and see whether we can get some. There's quite a few questions on this question about the specific category, the unmanned route going forward. But just to finish off the infrastructure question. So we talked about, Marco talked about adding into the additional infrastructure. We'll talk about the vertiports. Maybe there's a few things you can add on the vertiport question as well. But before we go there, you look at the air traffic system, and one of the questions is, so airlines have been struggling for ages to get a better digital system from the infrastructure that they probably don't have today. Why do we think it's going to change for our eVTOL airplanes? What do you think about that? Jon?
Is it why do we need it?
Yeah, what do you think? Do you think that the nav and com providers have or are going to change their system to be what the eVTOLs need, and particularly in time?
Right, again, I think we should look at the timeline here and when we need what. So initial operation, I think that is true for most OEMs, and aircraft, eVTOL aircraft will be piloted. So we see a kind of manned aviation comparable to general aviation, helicopter operations, and with that we can also fly VFR and use what is existing already today. So this is what we also try in Volocopter, you know, making use of existing regulation system procedures and start and then learn and step by step gradually develop into higher modes of automation. And that would mean also maybe a more connection between board and ground, and with that obviously we need better and other services when it comes to navigation, communication and also surveillance that needs to be provided. And I think yes, we need some new systems, specifically when we go to unmanned operations, autonomous operations even, because then we will not have all the systems and the intelligence on board, but need really, this is our opinion, systems on the ground who can actually provide certain functions and need to coordinate also traffic information, for example, with others. And for that, I think we need a much more digitalized system on the ground with, I don't know, will it be ANSPs, will it be USSPs? I would say for traffic management in general. I mean, there are also different schools of thought to what extent USSPs and use-based service provision will enter into traditional aviation ATC business, but this is maybe a different discussion we don't need to lead here. But yes, definitely we need that. We're also working on that, a system that we call the VoloIQ for our operations. We can actually provide certain services that are traditionally more with ANSPs, and I think this is the discussion we have to lead, to what extent also air operators are in the position, and I think we heard this in the morning about more distributed systems, that we don't think in a traditional way that there's one big monolithic service provider doing all that, but we will see a distributed system of systems, and with that we have the chance also to make use of individual service providers who are really qualified to do a specific service, and in a whole holistic way we see the system to set it up also with redundancies that can actually provide a level of safety that is maybe not possible with an individual system. So in that, I think yes, there is a need for change. We will see to what extent that affects traditional aviation, because in the areas where we want to fly, urban air mobility, I think there are not really that other aircraft flying, apart maybe from some HAMS operations and so on. That's a different discussion we have to lead, but I think there shouldn't be a fear that now everybody has to re-equip aircraft only because a new system is developed, a new service is necessary in order to fly in urban environments.
But we're expecting sort of thousands of these, aren't we? In the business model, thousands of them. One of the questions is that, you know, are we taking the traffic jams on the ground into the air? How that's going to kind of sort of all hang together? What's your answer to that?
For sure not, because that is simply not possible, not meaningful, and what we promise is a time gain, so it wouldn't make any sense at all. And also, we should be very clear: we are not really removing or any traffic from the ground to the air, but actually add additional means of transport where it makes sense, and really in the numbers that are feasible. What will change, I think, for that kind of operations is that the air operations, the traffic will be much more pre-coordinated, strategically deconflicted and predictable. I think this is also what we face in discussions, that we know we start off and then during the flight we are still clearances and we can continue with that. I think that will be different because we talk about flights of say 20-30 minutes, very predictable, we know where to go, and that nearly to the second exactly. And I think that allows us really also with the systems technology available to have a high predictability, so we will not see any traffic jams, and that is for various reasons, be it safety, be it security, not really desirable, and I think can be avoided, and that is, I think, something we need a very high integrated system with a very high pre-calculated probabilities and all the different things that could go wrong, of nominal situations included, and that is possible with the technology we have, I think, really to have that system established, that we can have a very reliable services with a high number of aircraft.
Ah, okay, right. And Marco, are we setting ourselves up to compete with, you mentioned in your presentation, the rail and other infrastructure issues that you were talking about that were happening in Rome. Is this new technology in competition with those things?
No, as Jorn said, we have some opportunities. Maybe I have a slide about this that probably can, in concrete, to help you to understand from our point of view how does instead is so. Of course, in the next one you can see maybe some challenges.
No,
this is the situation.
Wrong slide. So just stand by a second. Go back to the previous slides, but maybe okay, perfect. We can start with this because yes, this can help you to understand that this is the position of Rome. There are the area that are dedicated by the aircraft. Fiumicino is nearby the sea. You see on the end of the 30 kilometers on the right, there is the center of Rome. Next slide, please. Of course, what we said before is to try to interact and try to avoid this, the interference with these areas and permit to go from that spot that is in the center regarding where we want to port the vertiport to the city center. Okay, thank you very much. This one something that can provide you some information regarding. Of course, the kind of technologies will allow us to enlarge the kind of kilometers that we can cover with this aircraft. Fiumicino Airport is in the previous picture, in the first picture, you can see how Fiumicino Airport, where is this position, is far away from the city center. The city center of Rome is that ring that you see on the right. In the center there is a termini, and there is the area that we can reach with the what is it today, for the possibility to fly with the Volo City, for example. But in the future, if we reach also the 60 kilometers, we can enlarge, for example, our catchment area from the airport point of view, but also permit to connect to other important node of intermodality. It's quite more clear in the second picture. You see if we will reach in the next years, in the future years, in the medium term, also 100 kilometers. Fiumicino is really well connected with not only with the train station, but on the north of Fiumicino there is a Civitavecchia. Civitavecchia is an area where there is an harbor that is one of the biggest in terms of cruise, and is really well connected. To have a really well connection with the airport will increase for sure to integrate a kind of this mobility to something different that is not actually covered by other infrastructures. But the same is if you consider how will change the interaction of airports with the other small airports that usually are used for the feederage of the main hub. As probably it happened in France or in Germany, we have flights that come from Pisa or from Florence or from Naples to reach Fiumicino, just to provide the business passenger for the long-haul flights. You can imagine how much in the future, considering also the approach that we have in the decarbonization of this industry, could help to find maybe the best solution because these flights usually probably are not really profitable for the airline as well. Instead, to have a smaller aircraft that provide the service in a due time, that also will be with the less impact in noise and in emissions, will really enlarge the opportunities and the market that we usually have to face. The same is in the metropolitan. There are some area of the city in which you cannot build anymore, probably. You are obliged to put a business center or in some different part of the town, but you want to connect all of them, especially in a town like Rome, where the traffic jam will not permit to have also the attractive of these places from some people that would like to join these places.
I hope that I provide you the right view. I just provide you the last slide that let you understand how it's important to put, for this reason, we put around the table the municipalities, in our case Fiumicino, but there is also Ciampino and Fiumicino, of course, the region of Lazio, the intermodality company that are correlated with this situation, and ANAS that take care, for example, of the highway that go, the ring that go around Rome, and for sure all these infrastructures already have other infrastructure that they can gain by the possibility to transform in a vertiport, because it will provide a higher usage, for example, and then a better maintenance and more availability, because as we know, correlated with the advanced air mobility, there are other important CONOPS that are correlated more with the health services, emergency services, to be able to reach this nodal point in a really better way.
Excellent.
I hope to have answered to your question, Lion.
I think you did. Maybe the audience will tell me in the questions if they felt there were some other questions on there. I think I got what you were saying. So I think it's really it seems really feasible and it's certainly for Rome able to sort of get around that area, get to it from the aircraft, etc. But what about connecting the places that are not connected at this moment in time with vertiports? So going from, that's probably one of the concepts of the vertiports, isn't it? Jon, why don't you talk to us about what you've been doing on the vertiports? I mean, because this has been one of your key areas. I mean, it's in your title, isn't it? Your job title. So one of the key areas you've been working with EUROCAE on is the concept of operations and the vertiports, etc. Talk to us a little bit about vertiports, because that's really what I want to be able to do. I want to walk out of my house, walk about 100 yards, right? 150, I can do 150 yards. But get into a vertiport, and I want to go and see my mum, who's about, I don't know, 20 miles away. Can I do that?
Yeah, sure. I mean, sorry, just to get the question right, you would
I want to walk 150 miles from my house, go into a vertiport that you set up, go about 20 miles and go and see my mum. I'm going to be able to do that. I don't want to go to the airport. I want to just, it's quite local. What do you think about that? We're going to be able to.
You're talking about intermodality then, or to see how we can interconnect with other modes of transport. Is that the question?
No.
Sorry,
no. How flexible is this new air taxi VTOL is going to be? Because it's one thing going to the airport, and that's fine if I'm going to get in an aircraft to go off to America or something. But how about connecting the places that are not connected at this moment in time? I thought that's one of the concepts of this new technology, is it not? Talk to us. What have you been doing about the new vertiports? Do you want to talk to us about that and where they're going to be, or what's your concept about it?
Well, of course, first of all, it's a business case question. So where does it make sense to put a vertiport? I think, yes, the tickets have to be affordable. So, of course, every infrastructure, it will create costs, and we have to calculate, does it make sense to put a vertiport in remote areas, and what is the cost of it in order to make it affordable? Because really it should be a service that is affordable only to a few, but to everybody. So only if you have no other modes of transport or it's comparably costly, then this advantage comes into the game, and the vertiport will see different kinds of comfort, let's put it this way. In the US, even they have the concept of the verti-stop, where you have a very basic infrastructure, maybe just a piece of asphalt, and then some aircraft comes, picks you up and takes you away, and that is more simple. You don't have any maintenance, things like that. But still, in our terms, and what we see also in the EASA terms, that's a vertiport. And then you have more, let's say, connecting vertiports, where you have smaller capacities, and to see again what is the meaningfulness of the buildings. And then you have maybe some bigger ones. But I think we will not see the concept of hub and spoke systems, because that doesn't really make sense for that eVTOL, specifically not eVTOLs, as we have limited range. So with that, I think the time that you take in order to go to the vertiport, maybe change planes, go further to the last leg, and then maybe again changing modes of transport, I think that makes in the near future not much sense, at least not for electric-driven aircraft.
Can I just input to that? So one of the challenges, the electric-driven, so one of the challenges today is, of course, the battery technology and the energy management. And in some of these places, how are we going to get the power there, etc.? Is it feasible? Is it sustainable?
These are two questions in one. Let me start with the feasible. Again, I think yes, in some cases it's a real challenge, specifically looking at elevated vertiports on top of buildings. We see that in cities where there are skyscrapers, they are not built really to put a high load of power on top of that. So we talk about really additional electric supply that is needed to bring it on top of the roofs, and that is hardly possible, or it creates a lot of cost. So that's why, I mean, looking now a bit on our concept, we have that battery swap concept, because we are convinced that it's much easier and we can charge batteries at the optimal conditions, even with low power supply. That allows even to bring a vertiport wherever it's needed, and we can, I think, nearly go to every place to put a vertiport up and running with the power supply. Is it sustainable? Yes, I think that is a good question and very valid one. I think everybody is aware of the challenges that we have on that topic. I think we are really working towards, and this is not only true for vertiports and it's aviation, but we heard it also in the beginning. It's the big goal to have sustainable energy. So as soon as we can generate the energy from sustainable sources, I think then we have reached the goal that we are also aiming for at Volocopter, to have really emission-free aviation, not only during the flight, but also in generation of the power. So the question goes less maybe to us, but more to the power supply companies, or whoever will be there to supply the power. But we will not generate the power, so we have to rely on sources wherever we go and having sustainable power.
Wow. Okay. Excellent. So we've got a few minutes left, and I'm going to do something I didn't plan to do, but I'm going to ask certainly our audience present if there's anybody that has a question that wants to sort of basically stand up and ask the question, if you haven't had a chance to put it into the chat, as it were. But we've talked a lot about sort of like what we call sort of manned aviation. And one of the issues is, and Volker, perhaps I can come to you and say, are we spending appropriately too much, not enough time on the manned aviation, when really the vision is get into an airplane that doesn't have anybody else in it, and it takes me where I want to go, the specific category. Volker, are we delaying the regulations associated with that part of the technology plan?
I would not say we delay the development of the regulations, because they're already on their way. We're starting with the lower risk domains in order to establish UAS regulations, but also on the technical side. And we are also looking forward, as I showed in the NPA process and NPA projects we are having scheduled, to look also at then the unmanned operations in the mid to long-term future. The point for us, I think, is in terms of the societal acceptance that at this stage, I think there is still an expectation from the public to have a pilot on board in the beginning, and then to move once the technology of the UAM designs is, adult enough, to then move into the remotely piloted or autonomous or automated versions. And by that, creating the trust into the systems.
And the question must be asked to all the panel, really, Marco, Jon, and so if we're going for the manned air taxis, where are all the pilots coming from? Nobody wants to take that.
You mean
Marco, you start. And then you're
okay. I'll start. Okay. I mean, you mean where the pilots coming from the like the experience or the possibility of new jobs that it open?
Yeah, so there's the issue, and I think Volker mentioned this earlier, about the regulatory changes that have been made to flight crew licensing and that sort of thing. But there's the practical question, there's going to be thousands of these, right?
Of course.
So where are the thousands of pilots coming from?
In my opinion, Lionel, something from on one side that is really important is to make, as Jon said before, affordable and easy key position of this business. It must be as much as possible automatic, as much as possible. We have to re-engineer the process because it's not the same process that you actually are used to in airports. We need less people and with a different training. But it will not reduce the type of work, but it will open to other kind of jobs. So as we have seen also in airports in the past, but in much a lot of other industries, so once the technology does a step forward, you need people with a different knowledge, with a different background that must be probably trained for these new technologies. And also our way to behave with technologies changed in the years. So in my opinion, it will be open for people that have not the same background of a pilot, because also for the kind of technology that they use and the kind of the technological solutions that are available, we probably need new profiles. And in the business case done by also the government, the different business plan that are based on the fundings that are arriving on this kind of technologies, there is this possibility to open the job market to new profiles that are quite more attractable from the new generations. We are all of the same industry, and we know after the COVID in particular how this legacy work that were correlated with the normal air transportation is not attractive as in the past. So we are facing the loss of people that decided to change the work after the COVID, that decided not to work anymore on the shift. But from the other end, they are more attracted by work correlated with technology. So in my opinion, we will open to a really new role in our job market that will be different, and we'll have the opportunity to use different kind of simulator, automated technology, and yes, it's another exciting horizon that we want to explore. And for sure, EASA will help a lot on this.
Yes, absolutely. And what are we doing? You're very, very quickly. What are we doing to inspire the young people and the people that are coming up, you know, to move towards this industry as an aspiration?
Yeah, just maybe to add my view on that, I think, yes, partially there will be pilots that are already on the market, I think, just interested in this kind of profession and activity. So I think this is partially the group that we can source, but we should not forget, I think that's a global market. And we really talk about also the chances for people who haven't thought about this kind of profession yet, that are now able to take that. And we are more than happy. And actually we see a big market really in Southeast Asia and big mega cities, that partially in Europe and here, but also there. So I think there's a huge potential for people to go into that job. And I think the technology and everything that comes with it, and I think it's clear to everybody here, there are so much topics that will be touched and that will change aviation. I think it will be kind of attractive in itself to say people, yes, I would like to enter on that, because it's a future market. There's so much in, and even gradually, if I'm not anymore in the cockpit, I have the chance to operate aircraft remotely. So I think that is also a path that we can already offer. That is not just something for a couple of years and then they get redundant, but it's the other way around. They take more responsibility, and with that knowledge that they have gained also in piloting aircraft, they are very valuable to continue the operation. So I think the number of people that are required will rather stay at a certain level.
You think it'll stay level?
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. Very quickly before we end, any questions from the floor that you didn't manage to put in the chat? Anybody? No? Excellent, wonderful. Well, Volker, is the piloting thing something that EASA is looking forward to? Do you know?
Well, we see
looking in terms of a vision for, in terms of regulations.
Well, we on one hand see in the development of the various designs that things are going towards a simpler piloting characteristic of the designs, which will for sure widen the potential candidates in order to get pilots of these VTOL aircraft. So the level of automation will be much higher, so the level of stabilization, which makes it much easier to fly. Then in the long run, all these features will then also help to make these aircraft flying remotely controlled or automated. And by that, the piloting characteristics are playing a role in order to have a very stable platform. I think it's also in the interest of the passengers to have a very stable platform. Otherwise, the air sickness would increase. And in that respect, we're looking at a piloting and licensing scheme which first allows a transition from either airplanes or helicopters to the VTOL range, and then later on to transition into also automated piloting licensing schemes in order to allow them flying the aircraft remotely.
Thank you.
And that's well the roadmap.
Excellent, wonderful. So for the audience then, our poll number 3, which is going to ask you, from what you've heard today, what do you think the major challenges effectively are going to be? Whether they're going to be in the design and certification of the aircraft, whether it's the integration in traffic management, the sites, whether that be infrastructure that exists at the moment or vertiports, the air operations itself and the concept of that, pilot and crew training, or just general societal acceptance. You know, we haven't talked a lot about that other than the planning authorities. A minute to give your answers to those questions, please. Okay, excellent. Freeze that. So the general concept, opinion is that the biggest 2 challenges is air traffic management and whether the general public are ready for it and accepting of it. I won't come back for last comments other than, does that align with your view very quickly, without very, very sharply?
So yes, specifically what I'm dealing with, yes, exactly, I can just support that. Interestingly enough, I see the infrastructure not that highly rated. Good question, how it will turn out. But yeah, happy to see that from the very professional audience here, just supports what we are also working on.
What you think. Marco, what do you think?
Yes, I fully agree. Also for me, the main topics are the one underlined by the audience. A lot of work to do, and that 2 points are for sure challenging, but really inspiring in some way.
Excellent. Volker?
I could also only agree, and I appreciate that we were convincing enough to clarify that on the Everton side. We're on a good path.
Fantastic. Excellent. Ladies and gentlemen, our panels, Volker Madmeyer, Marco Pellegrino, and Jon Jäger. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lionel. I want to say a quick thank you to all of our sponsors for making the panel and the symposium possible. The next on our agenda is, I think, the signature ceremony between EUROCAE and SAE. So I will hand over to Anna again, and thank you all for listening. Thanks.
Thank you to this panel. It was very, very interesting to listen to. Thanks to all the speakers. Thanks to Sebastian for organizing this. And The symposium is also a time to celebrate partnerships, celebrate collaborations. We've been collaborating with SAE for a long time, and I'm very happy that David is here with us today. Coordination with our partner standardization organizations is really one of the core principles, one of the key things that we try to achieve. Making best use of the scarce resources that you as the industry provide into the standardization, making best use of that, being efficient, effective, coordinating, working together to be able to develop technically identical standards in the end. And I'm very happy that we are able to sign today the updated Memorandum of Cooperation that we've been developing over the last couple of months, together with David and his colleagues in the SAE team, which will provide us with some better guidance really on how we manage our joint activities whilst fostering the collaboration and going even further in the future. We have a lot of our activities already joined today, and we're looking to other possible opportunities in the future. So this is really one of the key principles. It's one of the key milestones and strategic objectives that the Council has also given us in terms of ensuring global interoperability and international harmonization. So I'm very happy that we're working together with SAE, and thank you, David, for all the collaboration in the past, and looking forward to more in the future.
Thank you very much, Anna, and it's an honour to be here, and it's wonderful to be here. Wonderful as we learn to work in a virtual and a hybrid environment. It's so important to be here in person, and congratulations to Anna and to the whole EUROCAE team for putting on this event. Already a great event in a great city in a country with a very strong aviation heritage. To be able to talk about some of these challenges and opportunities. It's a very exciting time for aviation, as we've heard, with new concepts, with boundaries being pushed, and it's where standardization is so important, that we can work together to bring all of the stakeholders together from right across the industry, with the regulatory authorities all around the world, which is absolutely critical. We heard about the need for concurrent certification as we work to be able to implement some of these developments, along with the commitment to sustainability and digitalization, as we heard, and a lot of and probably the majority of the new activities that we're collectively putting on the standards organizations have the roots in either digitalization and sustainability, and it's a very bright future. So, as Anna said, the relationship between SAE and EUROCAE goes back many years now. It's a long-standing relationship. It's been very fruitful. Some of the most important standards that the industry and the authorities used have come out of this great partnership. And again, to echo Anna's words, we're very proud of this, and we look forward to strengthening the relationship in the years to come through this updated MOC. So, thank you, EUROCAE.
And with this, we're coming to the next agenda item, which I'm sure is much awaited by many of you. It's time for lunch. Lunch is being served outside, so enjoy some good food, some good conversations. The program will continue at 2 p.m. with the afternoon being dedicated for UAS, U-Space, first the regulatory framework, and then some technology aspects. For the speakers, please be back here at 13:45 to be able to start back on time. And for all the others, bon appetit, and see you back later. Thank you.
Yes, yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you had a great lunch break. It's fantastic to see so many people here, and I'm very excited about this particular panel. It's a topic that I absolutely love, and we have a fantastic panel here, fantastic group of panelists. So to start off, we're going to start with a video from our sponsor, and then it's on to you, Maria, and the rest of you. Looking forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Abhinaya.
The future is here. Drones are all around us, in our skies, in the news, on store shelves. They can record, protect, deliver, detect, transport, farm, surveil. The potential applications are expanding by the day. By creating new jobs and services for citizens, companies, and public service, drones are driving wide-scale social and economic progress on a city, regional, or country level. These opportunities, however, can only become a reality if we can be certain of their safety. Drones require a different kind of airspace management systems. Flight authorizations and fleet management software, physical and remote infrastructure, design of aerial corridors dedicated to drones. An entire system needs to be put in place. We know that every territory is unique, requiring a one-of-a-kind solution. Our aim is to help territories make the most of these new technologies. That means working with you every step of the way, building on your local expertise and assets to create a safe, efficient, and sustainable drone system customized to answer your needs and expand your potential. Let's build a future we can all trust together.
So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and so welcome to the second panel, which is we talk about how are aviation stakeholders preparing for implementing the US space regulation. My name is Maria Algar Ruiz, and I am EASA Drones Program Manager, and I have the pleasure to moderate this very interesting panel with great panelists. Before introducing the panelists and to make a little bit set of the scene of the purpose of this panel, I would like to thank EUROCAE for organizing the great symposium and putting together such a program, even considering all the difficulties. So thank you very much, Anna and your team. So without delay, I will introduce the panelists. So we have Santiago Yusia, from FOCA. You are working in the UAS Authorization and Oversight Division, and you are in charge of actually one of the most important tasks of U.S. Space, which is designation of the U.S. Space Aerospace and setting the performance of the aerospace risk assessment as an output. Then we have Rafał Paprocki. You are working in PANSA, the navigation service provider of Poland, so our host country, in the UAV Operations Department as a UAV Operations and UTM Systems Senior Specialist. Then we have Peter Hotham replacing Robin Garrete as a Deputy Executive Director and representing CESAR Joint Undertaking 3. We have from the industry side, we have Olivier Rea from Thales, who is in charge of UTM US-based business development and institutional relations. And the last but not the least, we have Raúl Forner from Frequentis, who is working on UTM solutions. So welcome to the panelists. And before we start with the questions to the panelists, I would like to make a little bit introduction of where we are today. So we have an European regulation that we need to implement. So the member states of the European Union and EASA member states, we need to implement by the 26th of January 2023. In EASA, we have published a set of AMCs and guidance material for consultation to support the harmonized implementation of the regulation. The consultation ended middle March. We have received 2,600 comments, and we are presently reviewing them, analyzing, and the aim is to have finalized the set of AMCs and guidance material by either beginning of the summer break or at the latest end of the summer break. As we always say, the regulation is the first phase, is not the end stage of US space, contain an initial set of services. The ambition and it was very, the level of ambition is high by setting the applicability date very soon. So of course, we need to be realistic on what is expected to be implemented by 2023, which is basically in less than 7 months, 8 months perhaps. So there is not much time. And what we need to discuss today is, are we on track and what can we do really to support the acceleration of the implementation? So the first question, of course, it goes to FOCA, to Santiago. As a regulator and competent authority, you are responsible for the implementation of the US-based aerospace in Switzerland. And the first question is, how do you see the status of the implementation in your country? So will you be on time to establish and least designate one US-based aerospace, certify the US-based service providers and the SIS in that case? So how do you see the role of standards? Do we have all the standards that you need to support that implementation? Please, Santiago.
Thank you very much, Maria. It's a very good question, very difficult also to answer. 2023 is a very aggressive deadline. So all member states, EASA states, are against a very difficult deadline. But I have to say we're very confident. We're very comfortable at the moment. We have really a team that has been engaging, pioneering US space since the very beginning. I think that gives us puts us in a very comfortable position. Let's say we cannot say it's going to be January, it's going to be February, but we're collecting lots of lessons learned that we will be able to share with the industry, we'll be able to share also with the regulator. And the fact that we have collected so much lessons learned showed us that we are really advanced. And I will maybe just mention quickly 2 points that makes us confident. One is the bet we put, the strong bet in automated testing for the certification, for the oversight of USSPs. And the second on the designation of the US-based airspace actually in Switzerland. So as many of you know, we tried since the very beginning to pioneer on USpace, to engage. We dedicate lots of efforts from FOCA to be part of standardization bodies to support on the creation of regulations. And maybe to remark, I'm sure most of you have already heard of it, but we have a public-private partnership called SUSI. It's the Swiss USpace implementation, where we have FOCA, Swiss Federal Office of Civil Aviation, we have our ANSP, Skyguide, and members of the industry, which are involved in UTM, ATM, and UAS. So our bet through SUSI has been on testing and implementing automated testing. We have tried, the team has tried to test what it would take to do manually all this job. And we think it's really not scalable. We cannot scale USpace unless we automate the tasks for the USSPs and also the task for the authorities. And through SUSI, this is what puts us in a very comfortable situation. We have already successfully implemented network remote identification. We have successfully tested flight authorization service. And we are currently working on geo-awareness. We will also very soon start working on traffic information service as the last one. So having tested this, successfully implemented, we have worked with the standards, we have realized gaps, lessons learned. We believe we're getting closer and closer as we have actually have hands-on experience on this. I would also then talk a little bit about USpace volumes and where we stand. At the moment, we are focusing on urban environments, actually on the major cities of Switzerland, which happen to be within the CTR of also international airports. And that makes it a challenge, but also makes it easy on other aspects. Why we're focusing on that and why we're putting effort is because we believe there is where the USpace is needed. So the operations don't happen to be in the Alps, happen to be where there are cities, where there is urban delivery, where there is hospitals. There are hospitals, there's very much interest from local authorities to move the traffic from the ground to the air. We also see in these areas, there's I would not say a lot, but we have quite a lot of traffic at very low level. We're focusing at very low level, that's something I should mention. We have helicopters, we have HEM, search and rescue, we have police, aerial work. So there's definitely a demand from the industry to fly there, and there's the need to regulate the traffic in these areas. Flying in USpace or establishing USpace in controlled airspace gives us also certain certainty. When we're talking about the CTR, we are confident. We know what's there. It's a known space for us. We have certainty of where traffic is and where traffic will be. And we also have certainty that we can use an excellent tool, which is dynamic aircraft reconfiguration. And for whatever reason, the ANSP, being aerial work, being whatever situation, that should happen at very low level, we have the tool, which we also want to test, which is to dynamically reconfigure the airspace and stop USpace for as long as is required. Then moving to what this audience is interested in standards and harmonization. So we have I think somebody from the panel, maybe it was even you, Maria, somebody mentioned the term plug and play, and I think it's really the right term to mention. We want operators to operate everywhere in Europe. We want USSPs to be able to offer services everywhere in Europe. And that only happens when we have a combination of three factors, in my opinion. We need regulation, which EASA is doing a great work. We need standards, where the industry is doing a great work, and there's still a lot of work to do. And we need then experience. Without the experience, we will also not reach the level of maturity on the regulation and on the standards to achieve this final harmonization. Maybe also some reflection here is the pace of advance of technology. I've been myself in the industry for many years, and I can see from the regulator side, from the industry side, how fast technology evolves and how difficult, it's very challenging for a regulator to come up with regulations on time, and especially regulations that are adequate, that are performance-based, that are not over or under regulating. So it's already perceived, I believe, from the industry that regulations go a little bit slow compared with the technology, but we shouldn't forget that regulations are necessary to allow the technologies to scale. And here is where the standards play a very important role. Without standards, regulation is not complete. It cannot scale up. And it's important to remind, I think, Volker mentioned that in our previous panel. The industry knows their systems, they know their drones, they know their operations, they know what they need and what they do. So it's important that they drive. Switzerland, for example, is putting lots of efforts. We put considerable people on standardization bodies. EASA is also doing a lot of work where we find also at EUROCAE. But it's important that the industry drives them. It's important that the industry makes sure they are adequate for their purpose. Finally, just two remarks on testing the standards. We also have lots of lessons learned on the actual implementation of the standards. And a standard may seem complete on paper, but only when we have the actual implementation, only when we test it, realize what are the gaps, realize what's adequate or not for this standard. So early development, early testing allows also to amend these standards, make them adequate for the purpose, and then we have final publication. And my last point to conclude is on focusing again on this early testing. What's early, what's too late, and what's too early especially? Because standardization kills innovation, and that's something that we have to be aware of. We need regulations, we need standards to be harmonized. However, if we standardize too early, we create a framework where it's difficult to move. If we standardize too late, then we perceive delays on the regulation. So this sweet spot, this fine balance in between what's too early, what's too late is what the industry and the regulator has to work on, and I think they're doing a great job so far on what's the right moment for coming up with these standards and allowing the industry to maybe slow down a bit innovation on one aspect, but allowing the growth at scale, which is what makes companies profitable and what we actually aim here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Santiago. Your speech is very promising. I think we are very pleased to see the achievements and the state of implementation of Switzerland and FOCA, supported by FOCA, by the strong will you have to make this industry happening. So from EASA, of course, we see that you are leading a lot this implementation, and I think you have touched on many points that we will come back later on during the panel discussions. Now, and I think Santiago has mentioned a little bit, so the role of the NSPs. So, Rafa, we know the NSPs have the key role in the implementation of US space. You are already designated as an ATM ANS providers for bigger part of the aerospace. And in the regulation, you have a role to come up with procedures for dynamic aerospace configuration where the US aerospace is located totally or partially in a controlled aerospace for which you have been designated. In addition, you have a natural role to be a SIS provider. So how PANSA is working on these two topics and what is your perspective and how you see the evolution of this?
Thank you, Maria. Our perspective is an air navigation service provider perspective. And we are looking forward. We are a very drone-friendly country. Poland is a drone-friendly place, drone-friendly country. Thanks to our drone history, the first rules appeared in 2013. Then it was digitalized 2 years ago in PANSA UTM system, where people can fly their drones, where they have very simple, very good rules. They know how to fly legally, and it influences the market, because last year, for example, we have over 500,000 of drone operations, drone movement in whole Polish airspace. We had almost 100,000 drone flights in the controlled zones of the Polish airports. And nothing happened. This all was coordinated via PANSA UTM system. All these flights were legal, and when these flights were legal, no accidents happened, and they were in fact safe. And this is our experience. We know that people want to fly in the CTRs. As Santiago said, the big cities near the airports are the natural place for development of U-space, and we have to allow them. We have to create the tools for dynamic airspace reconfiguration, which is needed in U-space to allow them. And in fact, we already make it. We developed some concept of dividing CTRs in the smaller portions, like the smaller portions of U-space will be in future. We already have it. We have red portions where you cannot fly parallel to controlled flights. We have green zones, green regions where you can fly parallel to the flights, or blue ones, and so on and so on. So the drone pilot, the drone operator, and air traffic controller knows, they know what to do. They know how to behave. Air traffic controller knows if he can give permission to such flight. And in fact, we have to digitalize this concept into the dynamic airspace reconfiguration concept or tool or module. But we have to have time, and we have to have standards, yes? Our experience is that when you want to develop some system, some UTM system, especially when it is connected with ATM as Panzer UTM, you have to make some development, you have to make many tests, you have to go to the Civil Aviation Authority for accreditation, for certification of that system. You have to learn air traffic controllers and other stuff, how to use it safely and efficiently. And in the case of Panzer UTM system, it lasts 2 years. We know how to make dynamic airspace reconfiguration, but we believe that we have to have more time. The beginning of 2023 is in fact too early. We have to have standards, and it is the great role of EUROCAE, how to make these systems to be safe and also to be interoperable with other European countries. So we have knowledge, we have experience. We are waiting for this legal framework and standard framework to start develop tools for dynamic airspace reconfiguration, and in fact to allow U-space in controlled airspace, which is very needed, because in fact most of the Polish controlled airports are very near the center of the big cities in Poland, and it is the natural environment for developing U-space. And from the other side, we would like to be single common information service providers, single CISP, in providing U-space, this part of U-space services, because we believe that it is the natural role of ANSP. We have contacts with many entities that are now involved in management of the airspace and will be involved in development of U-space, for example, municipalities, also military, police. So all the entities that are users of the airspace. We are preparing for that. We are preparing tools for being single CISP. But again, we need some more standards how to develop these tools. We are looking forward this new ED standards, not only ED 269, which gives us the knowledge about geofencing, but also new standards concerning geographical data, all this data connected with geozones, with traditional airspace elements, and with U-space. We also have some programs, some research and development work under Digital Poland program. We develop our approach. We try to develop tools for providing all the information necessary to establish U-space to be single CISP. But we as an NSP also think about establishing of the U-space airspaces, because it's the natural role of ANSP, the designation of the new elements of the airspace. And we want to make it in a very very good way to satisfy Civil Aviation Authority. We have to check all the elements of the U-space. We have to check if all the services provided by the U-space service providers are in place, are working, if this U-space is in fact safe. So we are also preparing for this role, and we believe that this process will be very detailed, will be very, in fact, long, but it's all the matter of safety in the air. If we want to make U-space, if we want to make a place for the many advanced drone flights on the large scale, we have to do it in detail. We have to, based on the standards, on the good legal framework, and that's the matter of success of the U-space that we are in fact waiting for.
Thank you very much, Rafael, and thank you very much for the insight on how PANSA is preparing for the implementation of the U.S.-based aerospace with your different roles. I also think you have highlighted several important issues, which we will discuss upon later on, like you have already a good basis with your digitalization of the UTM initial services, and but still for the DAR, for the dynamic aerospace configuration, so you would like to have a little bit more standard. So we will touch upon that as well later on. And you have also mentioned demonstration projects, and this brings me directly to Peter. Peter Cesar is, in addition to have developed the U.S.-based blueprint, which was the basis of the U.S.-based concept, which contained all the different four phases with a different set of services, and which serve as a basis for the development of the regulation. So you are in full speed, full swing with demonstrations and validation projects that support the early implementers with the implementation of the U.S.-based regulation, as well as, in addition, you mature, validate advanced services. Can you explain and elaborate how you see CESAF 3 will support further the U.S.-based development, in addition to what is going on at the moment in all these 6 very important demonstration projects, please?
So thanks for the question, Maria. I'd like to first reinforce the point you said about the need to support the early movers. It's something that we believe in and that we have been doing, and I think that's a very important point, and I'll touch on that in a moment. I think to answer the question, I'd do it through 3 key points. Firstly, we supported those early movers, and we included within that scope the need to develop input towards future regulation. That has come as part of the current regulation. So it's coming from early concept demonstrations. So it has some validated results that are feeding into it. And we have a parallel project which was doing the ConOps development as well that was going with that. So I think that set provided a very good basis for establishing the first regulation, but I don't think it's the end. And this is where we come back in again for further research and development. So what we have at the moment is bringing the state's use-space capability up to a U1, U2, so the first two steps of that plan standard, and it will enable the first commercial service provisions by multiple use-based service providers. And we're supporting that further right now with a call that's closed using CEF funding, which is allowing more demonstrations utilizing that new regulation to show how those first commercial operations could be put in place. So that's our first next step. I can't tell you the outcome of that call yet. The results will be announced very soon, but we're really looking forward to some new additional demonstrations that will really validate and provide assurance to the existing regulation. So that's my first point. Secondly, it's really important that we share those results, and you can't understate this point. So they need to be openly shared across a wide community, and we expect our project participants to share information at least through EUROCAE Working Group 105. We also commit to making the sharing of information more timely and more regular than it has been in the past. And we're doing this by including in the project scope a specific deliverable which is around regulation and a deliverable around standardization. I'm doing regular updates to it so that we can maintain the flow of information to these groups. And it's not just EUROCAE, but we also need to distribute to the EU SCG and also in an ICAO form as well. As we go to more advanced steps of use space, we have to go beyond the current local implementations, and we're getting into an ICAO setup as well. So communicating in that wider forum with the ICAO coordination group and really using these flights to test the evolving standardization and the regulatory needs. And I'll emphasize at this point that the regulatory needs will evolve, and there will be a need to bring that regulation forwards as we migrate through further stages. It is a first step, but if we waited until we knew everything about use space, we'd still be sitting here saying it's going to be coming in 10 years' time. So this is a pragmatic approach to development and rapid delivery of a suitable set of standards and regulations to enable an early operation. And I think we're seeing that it's working. There's a lot of take-up. So we will continue to support that approach. Thirdly, the final point is that in order to actually realize the use space in its entirety, so going beyond the U1, U2, there are many, many unknowns. There could be people out there saying, we know what it is, look, I can show you. But when you actually come down to the integration of traffic and the safe interaction and everything, it becomes more and more difficult. So there's more research and demonstration needed to be done. And that needs to be done in a collaborative way. And that is something that Philip Cornelis this morning in the plenary made a reference to. He said about that the scope of the CESAR 3 joint undertaking had been updated, had been amended to include this capability. So we have the mandate to bring everyone together and to fund and to enable that further development of use space, so going beyond the U2 into the more advanced levels. So, and if you want to know more about what our research program looks like and the ambition for CESAR 3, there is a strategic research and innovation agenda document. There's also a multi-annual work program, and you can find those on our website. And it includes the scope of U3, for example, and could go beyond. But it will need a significant amount of research and investment and a lot of input from all of our current and maybe new partners as well. So one thing that we've started already is to increase the scope of the current Chorus project. It was referenced earlier in the earlier panel, to now go beyond the current ConOps capability and into moving from segregation to integration. And so we're ready to be collecting the inputs from those projects that are going beyond now the U2 to start to build a future ConOps for the later stages of U-Space and getting to a UAM capability. So we can talk more about that as we go along, but I think that's good now for an introduction and answering your question, Maria.
Thank you very much, Peter. I like many points you have highlighted. Actually, US Space have brought a new dimension on how research, demonstration, innovation, and regulation needs to work together, because this is the catch-23 thing. So we, as you, Santiago said, we need to innovate, but at the end, but also we need to enable, give certainty, but also demonstration, supporting. And you have highlighted also the extension of the scope of CESAR 3, and the new financial tools available also to support projects that they are also demonstration with the aim to implement and not only exploratory researches which are necessary for more advanced services without a doubt, but there is also, of course, a need to support the implementation. So very good points that we also need to touch upon as we go. So I will have the same question to my last two speakers, so Olivier and Raul. So it is about the industry contribution. So both of you are mature ATM industry manufacturers, partners, and both of you have customers and NSPs which will need to facilitate, and we need to play their role to implement US-based aerospace. And we, of course, understand you need to develop solutions and you need to support the US-based implementation. So could you elaborate on those solutions? Are, from your point of view, experience working with your customers, do you see we will be on track? What will be the main points you will need from standardization, from regulations, from AMC? So please, first Olivier and then Raul.
Thank you, Maria. Well, it has been very well said by my colleagues. With this regulation approved, with the standards under development, the NCGM that are on a short final, if I may say it that way, things are moving very fast, while we still have a complex challenge to address as an ecosystem. In particular, when we talk about USSP to USSP interoperability, CIS and USSP interoperability is also a big question. There is also a question at nation level and how competent authority nations statewide can accommodate the requirements from the regulation for the CIS implementation and their local constraints, because even if we are all EU, nation A has some differences with nation B in terms of administrative organization, topography, a type of things. So how nations can handle those constraints coming together. And that will, to a certain extent, create most probably delays, some disappointments, up to some failure maybe, but I view in Thales, we think that's normal. It's an emerging market, so we will learn by failing and try again until we get some things done. And I think it should be really noted that the regulation done by EASA and the member states give us a playground which is not perfect, but which help everyone to keep moving. The worst situation is that if we stay waiting magical solutions, that will never happen. And Thales does support fully that approach. We do it in France, we do it even outside of Europe, supporting a customer, try to deploy UTM or use-based services in Europe under different formats, so through the NSP, but also through the cities. If I may, a key point in Thales is it sufficient? And when we ask that question, it's related to what? What is sufficient? And the point is that from our perspective, we need as fast as possible to enable BVLOS operation at scale, meaning BVLOS drones that can fly anywhere at any time, because this is where the economic benefits are. This is where a lot of the societal benefits are also attached. In that perspective, and it's not surprised because it was not the purpose of that regulation, the regulation is a step, but far from being sufficient. And the related standards are also concerned. We have 4 key points for us, which we think it's really key for BVLOS operation at scale. First, air-ground interoperability. We talk about autonomous system, also often see it from an airborne perspective, but in fact, autonomy will be reached when we can have seamless communication and data exchange between use-based services and the US world to exchange data, in particular in tactical phases, managing emergencies, all that type of things. First key point. Second point is the ITM use-based integration or interoperability for integration into controlled airspace. That's really key. But we are not worried about that with, in Thales, because there is already a big project within CESAR PG34, where, by the way, a lot of folks here are working on, Frank Antis, Pensa, and Thales. And I would say that there is still a lot of work to do, but it's on track. Ecosystem is at work. So we still need to work on that ATM use-based interoperability, but we do not have any concern, if I may say it that way. One point, safety of use-based services, and it's my third point. We ask more and more to the drones to be safe. What about the use-based services? How we can ask the drones to rely on services that might today are not necessarily safe? That's not consistent. So how we progress on that? How the safety cases, safety risk can be shared between the ground and the airborne side. And that's something we need to work on. We really need to go far further in terms of safety on the use-based services. Not all of them, not in the same way we do for aviation, but we really need to create a trusted environment. And the safety of use-based services is part of that trusted environment. And the fourth point I would like to share with you today is the uncontrolled airspace. And honestly, for us, that's the biggest challenge. How we integrate drones in uncontrolled airspace in Class G. How we do it concretely. So we got STEP as e-conspicuity. I'm sorry, for a French guy, it's very complex to spell it, but tried. But it's not going to be sufficient if we go at scale with a high traffic density of drones in the airspace. With the newcomers, regional air mobility, we saw it this morning, urban air mobility, all type of new flying objects in the Class G. And it's about working collectively on US equipment, on use-based services that can reach the expected level of performance for this Class G, on airspace design. I think it has been mentioned by Focal, it has been mentioned by colleagues from Pensa. Airspace design is fundamental, in particular in Class G, where today it's a kind of, should not say that, but close to no man's land compared to what we're used to. So the rise of drones will drastically change the Class G, whether we like it or not, and how we are prepared to that, where today, by the way, a lot of the drones are flying in Class G, not in controlled airspace. They are currently flying in Class G. And I will stop here. I just want to point out, as a conclusion, we have to be very careful with segregation. It's very easy to set up. One Iraq cycle is sufficient to create a segregation. It takes months and years to relieve it afterward. So segregation, then accommodation, up to integration in the past, but the segregation time period between manned and unmanned operation should be as reduced as possible, because at the end, segregation are too difficult to relieve. That's an industrial point of view, Maria, not a regulator point of view.
So thank you very much, Olivier. So indeed, many of the points you have highlighted pose, of course, certain things, and we need to touch definitively upon them and clarify many of perhaps perceptions that they are out there that we need to clarify on how the intent of the regulation is and what is supposed to cover the scope, and what you have said, when we try to apply that regulation to cover another scope, obviously it may not be able to cover. So then we need additional services or additional safety assurance. But I think others have said, well, let's start, and you have said as well, let's start to walk slowly, and then we see we can run the marathon afterwards. So yeah, very interesting points, and class G definitively is class golf. So it's definitively a topic which desire a lot of attention, and perhaps a panel on its own. We could stay here discussing quite a long way on how to get there. So, Raul, your take on this?
Thanks, Maria. Thanks for inviting me. And before I start, I have to say, if any points remind you to Olivier, Peter is my witness. We discussed it yesterday already at our dinner, that I already had some similar points in mind. I want to talk about three things: experiences, standards, and process. Experiences, everybody said it from different point of view. We get them more and more in the last years. We get them thanks to CESAR, by very large demonstrator projects that we have, and you know, Frequentis is in of some of them, like Gulf of Finland, 5G. We get them also by our clients that we have more and more. You mentioned it, Maria. I think you know we have some clients in the north. Now we won Ostocontrol as a client with UTM system. We have other clients. And as Olivier said, everybody of us here learns with every of these projects, and we develop. We see what works, what does not work so good, and then we come together for standardization processes and are in a kind of, the French would say, cohabitation in the standardization process to bring the best out of it from everybody and then develop the market, develop the standards. So I think we have to go on both ways with the demonstrator projects, which are more kind of research, and with the real client projects that are a different kind of thing, because it's not research, it's a really project for a real client who pays real money for it. And there you have to be much more careful what you bring in. You're not so experimental like in a CESAR project. So we need both, and that's important. So thanks to CESAR, thanks to our clients like the NSPs. Second point, standards. I would group currently the standards that we need in 4 groups. First group is what we need in the IT world for the communication of all the systems on the IT internal side. So talking about UTM communicates with SIS, communicates with ATM. We have a lot of interfaces there. And then we have all those USSPs in the future who have to communicate with the SIS and with together maybe. So there's a lot of interfaces, and we need a lot of good standards for this. And as you may know, we have some interoperability standards already on the way. But I think we're at the beginning of this. And these have to be developed much more, and there will be much more questions in this direction in the future. Second group of standards is the standards where we model the world, like the ED standard for geozones, geofencing, building all the rules in one model, bringing it into the IT systems, and then living by those rules as a basis for the next standards I will mention. Then we have the third group of standards about drone surveillance, drone detection. We are now discussing for next year the remote ID standard, for example, network ID, but we have to go further with this. We have to see how we can even detect the drone at any time, especially when we later want to come into the class Golf with the manned aviation. We have to expand those standards maybe even to the manned aviation and see how we can connect drones with them. My personal vision, that's maybe not an official point of view, my personal vision would be in the future a kind of TCAS system where manned and unmanned aviation can avoid each other, even if they lose contact with the ground. But that's a real future thing. So this is the third group of standards we need, all this kind of surveillance, communication with the drone and finding it. And the fourth group is the most advantage I think we have to see. It's the automation in the area of digitalization, which even goes in the direction of AI, artificial intelligence, one day. Because we all know the ATM master plan by European Commission foresees for UTM, later for ATM, some parts of automatization. And I think UTM is the little world where European Commission and the EASA try things they later want to transfer to the bigger world of ATM. And this automatization standards group will be a big thing in the future also. And then last point for the standards, because I don't see them in all of those four groups, a big elephant in the room, Olivier mentioned it, the manned aviation. That's a big issue. And if I can add one thing, maybe it would be a good idea now that Corona is hopefully over, to make a 1 or 2 day workshop. I discussed it with Peter yesterday, a 1 or 2 day workshop with manned and unmanned aviation together in Cologne at EASA, bringing them together and discussing all those issues, so to go on where we stopped in February with the 2 workshops we already had. Because I think this manned aviation thing, as Olivier said, is the biggest unknown question, how we bring this together. Because if we don't bring it together in a safe way, but also performant way, member states maybe will not implement U-Space, and that's the biggest challenge to U-Space if they do not implement it. Third group, process. Third thing, process, I wanted to say. I will never forget in May 2019 when we started the first U-Space workshop at EASA in Cologne, Patrick Key entered, made an opening speech and said, we need a fast-track process, we need a new process, we cannot make it with the normal regulatory way. And everybody in the room was sitting there and thinking like, okay, how will we do it? Because when we have in mind for the drones itself, the process we had the last 10 years for drone certification, drone development, it was a process of a decade. Natal is there, I think he can confirm it. We started with the first NPA in 2012. Then we had 2 further MPAs. Oh, you're laughing, okay. And then I think mid-2015, 2016, we then had the first raw concept of open specific certified and so on. So this was the normal rulemaking process, more or less, 1 decade. Now we are here after 3 years after this workshop in Cologne, and we have a lot of things gained. But as you said, in Amsterdam, Maria, it's a first shot, it's not finished. And that's coming to my last point. We have to work on expectation management for the outside. So what you did in Amsterdam was a great job, like saying to everybody, hey, we are trying the best we can do, but the first shots are not the last ones, and we will bring better solutions every year. We will develop, and like Olivier said, doing nothing is the worst. So we start, we do it, and let's see if we can make it next year. Hopefully we have all the standards and the solutions. But maybe we have to go on a half year, another year, to have better solutions. And in 5 years, I would guess then we have more stable solutions. So the process, but from my side would be, look into these 4 groups of standards, try to develop them quickly, but so that we still have a good balance between performance and safety. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Raul, for the insights. I think you have highlighted very good points, and you have actually tried to group the standardization needs into certain groups, and I like very much your last point on management of expectations. So what are we able to do? Ultimately, the end goal is what Olivier has said. We need to allow BVLOS operations, which in the specific category, and together with IAM and UAM vehicles, will actually give the full, basically what the drone community is expecting. Now, how we get that together with manned aircraft in a seamless environment, and that is fit for everybody. So this is, I think, the big point. We are having some questions on the chat. But before jumping on that, I would like to have a little bit of a group discussion. So some of you have highlighted what are the standards that you think at the moment are missing or are not complete. they will need to be completed, or they actually will learn by validating that some aspects will need to be reviewed. In your point of view, which is the standard that is more needed? Is this the IT standard? It is the DAR standard, so the dynamic aerospace air configuration. In your point of view, it's a difficult question, but what do you think is the most important standard that when we go to Anna and say, Anna, please concentrate the working group 105 on that standard?
Only one sentence from my side. If you want to keep the time plan for U-Space, all are important.
All are important.
Let's do it parallel. You cannot prioritize it, I would say.
Olivier?
Yeah, there is a few services to deliver through the EASA regulation, so yes, all of them are important and should be done in parallel. We do not expect to have the same maturity level. Should not say that everything will be done
No.
on 23, and we can have delays. So network ID, I think remote ID, sorry, it's good progress.
Remote ID.
Synchronized between EUROCAE and ASTM. So, we already implemented in our U-Space platform, so this one is ongoing. We have to be careful on things related to geo-awareness. That's where, because there is also one point. It's not because the standard is published that the job is done, like regulation. It's just the first step. It should be combat proven. So it has been largely tested at scale, and we are all confident with it, and we said, okay, suitable for purpose. So that's also the step we need to handle with the standards. And delivered, we need to have that fit-proven tests period to ensure that things are going on. So geo-awareness, key one, because not on AM data, but all the other data, all the GIS, Geographical Information System data, which is a mess in general. A huge work should be done because it's also impact dynamic reconfiguration of the airspace. If you have the wrong data for reconfiguring the airspace, whatever the quality of your service is, it's going to be so tactical, and geo-awareness should be the most important in my mind.
Also those standards that connect somehow UTM with ATM, so this dynamic airspace reconfiguration, or concerning U-Space publication in Class G airspace, where there is an interconnection between U-Space and manned traffic, where the safety of the people in manned aircraft could be in danger. So we have to have good standards. We have to have it well described to make whole the system safe and efficient.
Santiago?
Yeah, if I may ask, I might add, from a regulatory point of view, we also see gaps on initial certification and oversight in terms of standardization. So we have a strong bet on automated certification. We have a framework for USSPs that they can code against, they can check compliance up front. It simplifies the process also for us as we automate completely the certification and oversight. However, we still see a gap of standards, harmonization. So we are doing, I think, very good efforts, but it's important that these efforts are standardized and harmonized. Also, the other aspect that I think must be standardized as soon as possible is risk assessment. So the risk assessment for U-Space includes safety, includes security, includes environment, includes aspects that are new for authorities, are new also for the industry. So betting on these 2 points, again, from more relevant to the authority, I believe, are, in our opinion, very important.
Peter, what CESAR project says about the standardization which are needed, the standards which are needed?
So I want to really extend that thought, because I want to pick up on some things which were said earlier. The need, as you integrate into the conventional ATM system, is probably a much underestimated level of work. So the standards that are being developed today to support operations in segregated airspace. I think we know enough to be able to develop them, and the projects that we're working on at the moment are going a bit further as well, so we can test a bit further. And I think that's good, and it's a robust way of securing the standards that are needed. But when we talk about integration, then we have to also ask ourselves things like, do the drones currently, are they able to operate in accordance with the flight rules? Or do we in ATM need to adapt something? And as soon as we get into that, we become into big issues, because the ATM system is highly evolved and highly developed on the basis of safety. And if we start dabbling with things like that, we can run into great difficulty. So we need to build a safety and assurance case from somewhere else to help reassure. So maybe that could come from some of the operation of the drone use-based system in the early phases. But I think we perhaps underestimate the complexity, because if you then just talk about flight rules, that's fine, but then you look at how we operate, how the vehicle would operate, and you're talking about a level of automation, because you've got a higher number of vehicles. Raoul said about the detect and avoid capability between drones, or between drones and air vehicles, traditional manned air vehicles. You know, how do we evolve TCAS, or does TCAS become a solution? We don't know. You know, it's a big question. All of those things have to be worked, and then you look at the CNS infrastructure that supports the operation, and is it adequate to support a very large number of vehicles in a drone environment? Are we moving from traditional CNS to really being in GSM-based, space-based? Can we get assurance for the continuity of the service, the assurance of the service, the safety level of the service? So when you start opening all of those things in order to get to that next stage, which is really the U3 advanced level, it's not trivial at all. So I think the more we can do, coming back to the first question, the more we can do to support the current standardization and regulatory work, the more we can get those initial commercial services running, and then we'll all start to learn from that. And this is why the value of the big demonstrations as well, because they are giving us more levels of assurance. So talked around it a little bit, but I just wanted to really join a few parts together that many of our panel members had brought up, and just give a message. Let's not underestimate what comes next, but let's use it also to secure what's going to come in the near future.
If I may add only one point to Peter to go further. Here are three good guys, or ladies and guys, sitting for three institutions who help us: EASA, EUROCAE, CESAR. We are missing maybe the fourth one, which is JAVOS, because of the server. Server 2.0 currently was developed, as the Dutch guy who made it always says, for one drone in one airspace. If we go further, we need a better server, a more developed server for more drones in the same airspace. And there we need the JAVOS people inside, or EASA is doing the job. It's up to you maybe, if they don't do it. But I hope the JAVOS can develop a better, more developed server that helps us for use space here.
Very good points, what you both are saying. And I think I like very much one point you have highlighted, Peter, is that, as you said, ATM systems today are really safety-minded, and the insurance of those systems are quite high. On the other hand, we have the drones operations, and let's say the value of those drones operations and what is expected, and what is expected also from the market. And I think there is also a question. So, and here is a very difficult balance into not killing the market, but at the same time having a proper safety assurance. And and not underestimate by all means what is coming. And what you have said, Sora, very well said, was developed to manage one drone at the time, and at the moment, for the airways point of view, U-Space UGM is not considered, and even in several parts of the world, we are aiming all to the same goal, which is integration. We have a big work to do if we want to start working together on a SORA to cover all concepts that we have around the world to achieve that. Is definitively going to be a challenge, but is something that we will need to work out as well. We can go to further questions, but perhaps we can pick a couple of the questions that we have from the audience. Being the audience online, I understood we have also a great audience online. So, and being the audience in the room. So there is the first question. So what is the state of cybersecurity in the working group 105? And how this aligns with other working group? Is any one of the panelists able to answer how Working Group 105 is dealing with cybersecurity? No? What I can say from EASA perspective is cybersecurity. So we have issue. We start always in like always with a performance-based regulation. Is the I guess David did. We talk about that in time. So we have the issue in opinion that will become soon a regulation on information of security. Information security management, cybersecurity management system that all organizations in aviation will need to implement. And of course, there will be USSPs will be as well as UAS operators and UAS manufacturers. We need to have a proportionate system to what they are developing. So I guess there is a panel on that in the program. And I guess the Working Group 105 will be considering this topic in the development of the standards as an intrinsic, I would say, requirement of whatever we do with drones, since the end goal is that they are automated and digital. So I don't know if that replies the question, but so I guess this is what we can provide at the moment.
Maybe one comment, Mara, if I may.
Yes,
be careful on use-based things, because most of the platform are cloud-based, so they are very open by default.
Yes.
The high number of US. So in fact, the amount of potential threats on use-based services has nothing to be compared with what we are used to in ATM. So,
exactly.
And if we want to create something trusted, we have to be very careful on that. Also, the use-based platform, the US systems, they onboard personal data, pilot names, type of things we do not have in ATM. So cybersecurity is really key, and maybe there is some progress to be done on that side, going a bit faster. Thales, we implement some standards by default, but we have to work together to say, okay, those standard ABC, which are already existing, by the way, often, should be applicable to use-based service provider, to US system. Most of them are existing, so we just need to apply them.
And yes, as you said, the platforms or the network is open, and that bring an additional dimension. So,
if I may add one idea, you have to distinguish cybersecurity in drone context in two parts: the cybersecurity of the IT systems on the ground, but also the cybersecurity of the data connection and the command and control link to the drone. And when we see now what's happening in Ukraine, I think protecting the command and control link to the drone is currently even the more challenging task, because there will be more people outside to try to disturb drones. Maybe they want to make their own, like say, drone avoidance system by this, jamming or something like this, but also taking control of the drone. So also this we should have in mind. This is the second thing aside of the IT systems, also to protect the command and control link. Data link maybe also, but the command and control link is the most important thing to protect.
Absolutely, and I am confident that the working group 105, who is working on the C2 link and command and control links and communications, is really looking into this topic and for sure coordinating with working group 72 and 112.
I think
that may be the ones
one other thing to
add
add there as well is that we don't want to get completely locked up into we must protect the link. You know, you gave that as an example. I think it's the service that you're protecting. So if you protected the link to the nth degree and then you did a denial of service attack on the link, it doesn't matter what protection you've got on it. What is the drone going to do? So Working Group 105 needs to look at the failure and fallback modes of a drone operation, taking into account the cyber threats and others in order to protect safety. And that may mean that it cannot continue its planned operation. It has to take an alternative mission and an alternative plan. And I think that's incredibly important, that they're looking at the system view and not just at the individual components. So if there's one point I would make there, and I'm not aware of the work that's going on, but I would stress that that's the part that we need to take further as well. Thank you.
Indeed, that's also very important points there. Thank you very much, Peter. So I would like, because I'm a little bit conscious of the time, so I would like to at least offer a couple of replies. We have many questions. Thank you very much for the questions. Let's see if we can address, I don't think we will be able to address all, but at least most of them. Let's see. So what benefits do you see USpace could provide for manned aircraft as the initial implementation of manned VTOL? So initially the VTOL aircraft supporting UIM or IAM implementation will be manned. So what benefit do you see USpace services could offer for manned aircraft when the operations are taken in USpace Aerospace? For instance, I could imagine several instances on the takeoff and landing on a vertiport that is located in USpace Aerospace, but there is not a traffic controller in a vertiport tower. I don't think that will be the case. So how do you see this? And I guess this is at the moment not in the original scope of the USpace regulation. We would expect that maybe you have some input, so how do you see the future of this?
I think the main feature is, in fact, safety, yes, because when we are talking about somehow uncontrolled airspace in this or that way, I think that the issue of conspicuity is the key enabler of safety integration of manned and unmanned traffic in USpace airspace. We know that some entities are excluded from USpace regulations, for example, model clubs, military, etc. But we believe that nobody shall be excluded if he wants to fly in the USpace from being visible, yes? So this what is in fact changed in SERA, that every manned aircraft flying in USpace has to be visible for the USpace service provider. Again, we have to develop standards from this visibility. And it's the matter of safety, because when we perceive USpace as the safe environment for BVLOS flights, for very advanced flights, there cannot be any traffic that is not visible, that is not cooperative with U-Space service provider. Of course, some types of the flights, especially, I don't know, police, military, secret service, they shall be not visible to public, but only for USSP. But USSP is this entity that is responsible for this safety in the U-Space and has to, in fact, know everything. And for eVTOL, for vertiports, in fact, it could be the first step. We believe that in future the air taxis will be unmanned, yes, and when they will, when we today follow the U-Space standards, especially conspicuity with manned air taxis, it will be easier in the future to integrate this unmanned traffic.
Any other view? Yes, thank you very much, Rafa.
So it's a complex question because, in fact, which manned aviation? If you talk to tourism, I mean, someone piloting for leisure, an aircraft, it will be a bit complicated to prove to him the benefits of the U-Space. If we talk to people doing search and rescue operations, police operations, emergency, then that's another story. So the first benefits of U-Space services is to say to the manned aviation community, okay, we are adding new airspace users, and by the way, there is no choice, that's the sense of history, but we are doing it safely, thanks, amongst other stuff, to the U-Space services. So it will not impact negatively your safety. That's the first message we need to push to them, and being very clear and demonstrate it correctly. In terms of benefit for the manned aviation, that would be a long, long discussion. I think that for some operator, manned aviation operator, they also want to use drones, again, police, customs, emergency services. The benefits for them is quite obvious because it will give them the access to a new capability, combining manned aviation and unmanned aviation for their operation. So they will be in favor of U-Space services. Question can be still open for military, but I think that what presented to military can also demonstrate that it's secure, there are training areas, or type of things. Leisure aviation, it's have been complex since decades. Without the drones, let's be honest, it will be complex for the next decades with the drones also. But we need to protect them. I think that's the basic we need to ensure. We protect your safety.
My answer would be yes, but. Yes, in general, U-Space and all the things we discuss, especially now these new things you at EASA developed like ASDL, a lightweight ASB, FLAM, bringing this into even the hobbyist aeronautical sector has the potential to make airspace more safe. We have already in manned aviation, even in the hobbyist sector, like in normal motor planes, TCAS systems in some of them. Austrian company Diamond does it, for example. So for the more professional, even private aviation, manned aviation, it will be a next step. But what we see, which is the biggest potential for conflict currently, is the real hobbyists who profit since decades from a liberty nobody else has in the airspace. Paragliders, sailors, who have the feeling they can fly as they want, it's their airspace, they go with the thermal winds, and it's free like a bird. And now we come and destroy this dream for them. And that's why we get so many bad feedback like we got in February in this workshop with the manned aviation. But I think at the end of the day, yes, it makes airspace more safe. And I think it's up to EASA to find with the national aviation authorities a balance with those hobbyists to say, I think it's possible for you to take at least a FLAM with you. With the sailing gliders, we discussed it in Austria already, and they said, oh, I don't have so much battery for a transponder. So maybe we need technical solutions that are better, and technology can help to overcome this discussion with the hobbyists a little bit. But I think that's the biggest area of conflict currently for U-Space.
You are right. As we talk, there is also aero taking place, and there is big discussions, of course, we try to not identify the solution, but for the sake of harmonization, at one point in time, you need to drop a line. But still, you need to be very careful because general aviation or aerospace uses, manned aerospace uses potential in the U.S.-based aerospace. They are quite range of them, so we need to be careful not to define something that it will be penalize a big community of aerospace users. How do you see, Santi? And this really, we are a bit late, but then I will conclude the panel.
No, it's indeed. I'll just catch up on the gliders, paragliders. We're seeing not only, like if we eliminate U-space, they are still there. And with U-space, I think the challenge is there, but EASA is proposing now also internet-based positioning solutions. There means to be conspicuous, this means to be cheap conspicuous, and there will be for sure a solution. What we're seeing at the moment is a challenge on the actual BB-LOS in airspace class Golf missions without U-space at the moment. And here there's always the question, is coordination with them enough? Do they have to be conspicuous? Do we have to make new rules, national rules for that? So I'm confident that actually U-space will introduce this conspicuity. We'll introduce also solutions for them to be conspicuous to the USSPs. There will be also means maybe to strategical deconflictions for them without penalizing them so much. And as you said, they fly normally they follow the thermals, right? So they fly near the mountains. We don't see them flying where we expect the first U-space volumes to be, at least in Switzerland. So I think at the national level, it's a question that will be answered in still some time. But we are definitely now facing the challenge of managing them on the Gulf airspace.
Thank you very much, Santiago. And so it's time to conclude the panel, although I was enjoying very much, and I have enjoyed very much the discussion of these panels and your insights. So we need to make a conclusion to lead the other very interesting panel coming. So, so we have discussed, we have a very challenged deadline in front of all of us, and we need to manage expectations. But we need to not forget what is the end goal of enable BB-LOS flights in a safe, efficient, sustainable manner. And there is a lot of work done on the standardization, so we have already a lot of standards that they are being validated. And there is, so we need to manage this difficult balance between implementing, reviewing, modifying, but always going forward. And I like very much to conclude that the key word is collaboration. I think we need to work all together. Everybody has here a big role to play. And I think we can all count on the support of EUROCAE to continue working on developing those standards that are needed to support the implementation of U.S.-space and the future steps toward achieving safe integration. So thank you very much for the panelists. A big applause for them. And that concludes the panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to our panelists. It was a very interesting discussion, lots of questions to ponder about, so it's perfect that it's now time for a coffee break, and we take those questions out there before we come back for the next panel at 15:45 on UAS Technologies. Thank you.
Good afternoon, it's me again. So I'm here to introduce panel 3. We're going to discuss about UAS technology, and I think we have a very good foundation set by panel 1 and 2 on the overall principles. And I'm going to pass the floor to the moderator of this panel, who does not need a special introduction because he's a very well known EASA drone project manager. So Natalie Di Rubo, you have the floor in order to get engaged with all the panelists, and a reminder to the audience to address questions to the panels because we are looking forward to having an interactive session and not a presentation or a mode. So Natalie, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Sergio. Good afternoon to everybody. So after the very interesting discussion we had before on the use space, now we'll focus on the standards needed for drones. So as you can see, we have quite a very well stocked panel with great speakers. I'm going to introduce the speakers that we are having this afternoon. We have Juan Ignacio Del Valle, that is a project officer at US programs at the European Defense Agency since 2014. And he works mainly on the integration of a manned system in the European airspace, where he leads several research and development projects and support EDA's member state in this area. We have then Maurizio Bernard from Leonardo, and since 2020 he is the person responsible for regulation in the Manned System Organization Unit of Leonardo Corporate. He has an experience in research and development activity in the fields of control simulation and parameter identification. And he was also a system engineer in MAIL US project and chief technical office of airborne and space systems. We have then Matthias Wisniewski. Since 2021, he's part of ESG Electronics System and Logistics as a senior system consultant for US, flight operation manager for specific category operations, and chief engineers for various drone programs. And he has worked in several companies as Rheinmetall, Airbus, Intel. So it's quite active members of the standardization community within the German Ministry of Transportation. And then we have Peter Kasek. He has been working for more than 16 years in Honeywell Advanced Technology, most in the area of traffic surveillance, namely at DSB, airborne collision avoidance, and detect and avoid system. And during the last years, he also is more and more addressing interaction of different type of aircraft and airborne system with use space, ecosystem, and service. So before starting the discussion, let me provide a very quick introduction on what is this topic. I think that we are very proud in Europe, between the European Commission and the EASA, that Europe was the first region in the world, unfortunately I cannot call us the first nation, to establish a common regulation for drones that already allows to do several types of operation, both for leisure and for commercial purposes. So we decided to put together a regulation, as was said also in the previous panel. It took some years to develop, but we tried to perform in a performance base, so in a way such that we don't prescribe how the operator should conduct the operation, but we identify only the methodology for assessing the risk and identify the safety objectives that they can need to be put in place in order to make the operation safe. So this is quite flexible, and that allows to conduct different kind of operation, because we know that we have different type from leisure activity to the most fancy operation, like we are seeing now with drone that's now always taking place more and more. So from one side, the regulation as it is today already allows most low kind of operation. But from the other side, we also consider that we do not have only the big player as we had in the manned aviation, like the Airbus, Leonardo, or Thales, that with an aviation background. We have now also the small companies that most of the time they don't have an aviation background. And when they come to EASA to show that they have a safe product, they need to have some guidance on how to show that they comply with the safety objective. And here is where standards are needed. So all the European frameworks works only if we have an adequate number of standards. And this is something that we recognize at European level since the beginning, because around 4 years ago, we established a European Standardization Coordination Group, EUSCG, that is led by myself, I'm the chairman, but where the Commission participates, Eurocontrol, most of the, what are the most important stakeholders from the institution point of view, also EDA, for example, participating, but where we have also the standardization body. Actually, EUROCAE is the secretary of this group. We have a standardization body from Europe and from United States. We have operator and manufacturer. And the goal is to see what standards today are already available, what are the gaps, and where we need to focus in order to develop the additional standards that are needed. You may be aware that a rollout development plan was published, and this lists all the standards already available. And then also we funded a project at European level called AW Drone, that developed a portal that is available online. So if you make a search on Google, AW Drone project, portal, for example, you can find it. They list for all the elements of the regulations what are the standards that potentially may become acceptable means of compliance. I say potentially because now the next activity will be that EASA to verify the technical content of the standard to see if they can really become acceptable means of compliance. And also for this one, we funded another consortium that is starting next week to work on this project. So we hope that by the end of this year, we may already have some standards that are available for the show compliance with different elements of the regulation and also for the use space, actually. So it will be for everything. So today what we need to discuss is exactly where to focus more. And we need also to consider that in Europe, especially for the larger drone, we already have a lot of experience, especially from the military. So maybe that could be one of the areas where we can also gain some good knowledge. And also, we can also find how we can try little by little to allow dual-use operation, for example. So maybe this will be a good moment for giving the floor to Ignacio to provide the view from the military on the standardization.
Thanks a lot. Is the slides or I use, because I prepared some slides. Okay, good. Thank you, Natale. Well, it's great to be here again. It's always I'm delighted to be at EUROCAE. I was telling to Anna before that EUROCAE Symposium was my first event when I arrived to EDA. And well, it's going to be the last one as EDA staff. I'm finishing in summer. And in all this year, I've seen the evolution and how EUROCAE is working and the cooperation between civil and military. And it's been great. And I hope that I will provide you with some interesting information if the slides are loaded. What I'm going to do first is to show a video that we prepared at EDA. It's going to be 2 minutes, don't worry. And then I will speak, I will reinforce some messages. And I will be brief. I think that the most interesting thing in this kind of discussions is the discussion itself and the question that might arise. So I will give a couple of minutes. And this is the thing. Can you play it?
Or ARPAs, have demonstrated their importance in military and civil operations, particularly for surveillance and information gathering, border control, or disaster monitoring. In order to unlock their full potential, the European Defence Agency supports member states in the safe integration of military ARPAs in non-segregated airspace. A central task is to ensure coordination among all stakeholders to achieve interoperability and ensure the highest level of safety. For instance, the agency supports member states in defining the concept for air traffic integration of medium-altitude, long-endurance ARPAs. EDA, together with its member states, also tackles regulatory aspects through best practices for safety requirements on cross-border movement. In the technical domain, our mission is to support research, development, and standardization activities in autonomy and artificial intelligence for emergency situations. Remote pilot stations standardization for ARPAS operation into the European Air Traffic Management System, detect and avoid, and command and control data links. We also work on identifying the missing key technical enablers for airspace integration starting in 2025, and to ensure their availability using different implementation mechanisms and funding opportunities. Already in 2013, heads of state and government declared military ARPAs a key capability priority. With the support of EDA, the European Air Forces are making good progress on the safe integration of large remotely piloted aircraft systems in non-segregated airspace. Civil operators will also benefit from their work.
I love it. I mean, I like it a lot. And what I wanted to reinforce in this from this video is some key messages. One of them is for those that you don't know the agency, EDA is an agency from the European Commission, from the European Council, and we have a clear mandate to support the development of the ARPAS domain. And within this mandate, there is a key area, which is the ARPAS airspace integration. By the way, when I speak about ARPAS, I mean large ARPAS, like mail type, long endurance, medium altitude, long endurance, which is of the size of a Cessna. And so it's the integration in the traditional, so to say, the traditional ATM system. And to do that, we are targeting two phases. One of them is the accommodation, which is more linked to the operation in non-segregated airspace with limited restrictions, in which we are working, for example, from now, and to ensure the accommodation of legacy systems. And then the full integration, which is more related to the technical enablers that are required for this kind of operations. And one of the another important message is that our video was conveying is that the cooperation between civil, with us and the different civil organizations is key. The airspace integration is a civil thing. I mean, military, our stakeholders do not like when I say this is a civil thing. But it is. In the real world, the airspace is managed by civil organizations, and we have to coordinate, we have to cooperate with them, and this cooperation is key. And the way that we are doing this is we are identifying the key technical enablers in which there is a common interest between military and the civil side. So working with the military is sometimes it's complex, and cooperation in defense it's a bit complex. But there is something that is important, and there is something that is easy for us, and it's the requirement. So when a military stakeholder or a group of military stakeholders have a requirement, the requirement is clear, and the marketability of the product or the economic reasons are less important. The mission effectiveness is the key criteria for them, and this makes life easier for us because we have since 2013 the requirement to integrate ARPAs in European airspace, and this is what we are doing. And what we do is to try to identify technical areas that are of common interest, because it's also interesting for civil organizations, for civil companies, and for civil operators. This is the normally called dual-use technical enablers. And the video was talking about 4 main technical enablers in which we've been working. First of all, the command and control data links, in which was our first area of work, and we were doing some research and development and supported the standardization for SATCOM data links back in 2015, and this work was already published and is available. Then Detect and Avoid, which I think EDA is well known for the MidCast project, which set the ground of Detect and Avoid, and I would say that the most important activities that are currently ongoing are based on this ground. I'm thinking of the Sergeant Undertaking project, project 115 and 117, and the European Defence Funds project called European Detect and Avoid. And those are activities that we were supporting before. Now the environment is set, and we are no longer actively involved in these activities, although we are monitoring closely their development. And things that we are doing now is the standardization of remote pilot stations. And this is an example of something that Natalia was saying, that a standard that it's going to be used for a certification basis and can be used for either civil authorities or military authorities. And in this project, we are trying to develop within EUROCAE. When I say we, is our contractor, we are funding this project, a standard that will take into account all the airspace integration and airworthiness requirements applicable to a remote pilot station in this kind of ARPAs. And the last technological area is autonomy. And in this part, this is let's say, the emerging technical domain. And we like to call it by its name. We don't make the difference between autonomy and automation. We say we are working on autonomy, full autonomy, based on artificial intelligence, machine learning. And for this, what we are doing is developing research and development for emergency management. In this context, what we are doing is the technology is very nice and it has a lot of potential, but you might know that this kind of technology has some problems with regard to certification, that you cannot use traditional certification processes. And one important part in our project is to support the development of new development processes, also within EUROCAE, working with 114. So to conclude, I wanted to reinforce the importance of the civil-military synergies to ensure the European strategic autonomy, technical strategic autonomy. I've been speaking about detect and avoid and command and control data links that are important technical enablers. Still in progress, and we are monitoring that. We are supporting the standardization of remote pilot stations, and we think that it's going to be useful for both military and civil authorities. And I've been speaking about the emergency of autonomy and the problems related with this technology. This concludes. I could be speaking much more, but I think the rest of people want to come to speak.
Thank you, Ignacio. So the drones is really an area in which military and civil, they can share a lot of information. So to Maurizio, so you work in Leonardo that has projects both in military and civil. So how do you think that we can have this kind of exchange of information, especially on development of standard, and what is your perspective for a big manufacturer?
Well, military products and use of UAS or RPAS, as they still call it, has more than 10 years advantage. This applies to certification bases as well, and to field-proven technology. As Nacho was saying, when military put a requirement, then you have products working for that purpose. And it's not only a matter of safety, it's a matter of mission. In the civil world, having the product working, doing its mission, and safety are very different subjects. So reliability is not equivalent. And we've seen now the new technology is pushed by new type of players coming from automotive, electronic industry market, sometimes with no aviation background. We've seen the first panel, even Volocopter started not from an aviation background, and their safety objective is quite high, transporting people. So leveraging on the experience of the gained in the military sector is something that we should probably use more on operations, certification basis, but also for applications, common uses. Okay, I will try to provide an overview of Leonardo company and then introduce three main topics for this panel. Leonardo is a big aerospace and defense player with a wide range of integrated solutions of many products in different sectors. Even if we try to focus on the UAS portfolio only, again, we see a wide range of products of different sizes, ranging from 2 kilos MTOM to over 70 meters wingspan. Different sizes of mail airpass, from the Euromail to smaller ones. Not only fixed wing, but also rotary wing. Not only intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance missions, but also aerial targets. We also develop counter UAS, so we target drones for defense purposes, but we also manage drones with UTM platforms. Now, this is a great value proposition to our customers, mainly military, but it is also a good approach to the UAS ecosystem, which is not only aircraft. What are we doing for advanced air mobility? We are exploring this emerging market, not only from a technology point of view, but also business viability, clearly, and normative evolution. We are supporting Italian Aviation Authority, ENAC, that issued the Advanced Air Mobility Roadmap last year. we're supporting them in making things real. In particular, we are focusing on some experimental activities in the vertical of medical and goods delivery. These offer us enough challenges to make new concept of operations that are stressing the normative, the standards, but especially procedures and integration. For both types of operations, we are using the D-Flight platform. Leonardo is an industrial partner in this U-Space implementation in Italy. When we addressed airspace integration of long range, we also interacted with military airspace users that are often excluded by the regulation. State aircraft are not part, are not covered by EASA regulation, but they are airspace user at national level, but we need to deal with them. And we make urban air mobility targeting bigger drones, let's say light UAS, with the challenges of an urban environment. Last experimental activity was in Torino in December with the Flying Basket. Now, the first topic about regulation can be split in 3 levels. The first one is the so-called hard law, so the certification basis. As we were saying, NATO's standard agreements have a longer experience of unmanned systems airworthiness regulations. The 4671 can be considered a de facto standard for UAS certification, whereas the corresponding certification basis for EASA, I would say, is not ready because CS UAS is not there. We probably need 3 more years according to the rule management task roadmap. We have Leonardo Falco Explorer that is undergoing military type certification according to the standard. On the rotary wing, Leonardo Hero has achieved military type certification according to the 4702 standard and is working with EASA to use these results to comply with the light UAS. Because as you can see, the mass limit is different, so Leonardo had to use a prescriptive and hard regulation based on helicopters, let's say, which is overkilling with respect to the light UAS. I would say that when we go to the light UAS, EASA is filling the gap and is making things effectively more proportional and more achievable. So we have the special condition light UAS that is offering the possibility of doing certification of products with different level of complexities. Military experience is especially for operations of UAS and integration, not only certification basis. If we step to the so-called soft law, we have to say that certification basis is just the first milestone, because what are we supposed to do to be compliant to the certification basis is probably the real industrial goal. To this extent, EASA involvement in the standardization activities is paramount, because they are the real ones that are supposed to accept these standards as means of compliance. Well, we've seen signing a memorandum of understanding between a civil aviation equipment standardization organization and an organization from a different world, so it's something we are working on. I would also say that we need funded projects to support standardization. This especially to promote some industry commitment, which is not only a problem of small companies that lack of resources. Also, big companies with strict cost control policies have difficulties of commitment in the standardization activity. And the other return is that having funded projects, you can have deliverable products, tests, and therefore mature the implementation and having a more reliable proposal to be an acceptable means of compliance. Regarding application, I would say that what we are carrying out with our experimental activities and our go-to-market aim for a cargo UAS operation can be can pave the way to the so-called UAM, because urban air mobility is not only having a certified aircraft doing air taxi, but is integrating it in the airspace. The airspace, which is of different types, and when you go in an urban environment, it is not a traditional airspace. Another suggestion that I have is that since we have operations with military mail aircraft that have quite a lot of experience, including, as you see, the third picture shown there is a lighter version of the Falco Evo. I said lighter and not light UAS because it's 650 kilos MTOM. There could be further discussion on this, but he's currently operating with the Frontex mission in the specific category of operations with a SORA-based operational authorization, which is a concept of operations following the same rules that we are following in Europe, even for civil applications. And scaling up this use from the specific category to higher risk operation that require UAS type certification might anticipate the certification of products and of operation with a readiness that is way closer than the roadmap that EASA has shown, where cargo UAS are seen like 10 years from now, maybe, as real operations. Now, the second topic is about technology. The main message is that probably we have more technology that we are really using or that we can use available. We have a key point to success, that is the specific category. As I have been saying, this really allows scaling up from zero to the maximum with proportionality. And we also have use space that can allow airspace integration step by step. We can start using use space for segregation purposes, to segregate not only from manned aviation, but also to lower risk UAS like open category, and then proceed with dynamic airspace reconfiguration and full integration. From a technology point of view, probably the missing point is the detect and avoid system. This is important in all classes of airspace, at different levels probably, but we have to consider that some functionalities are needed in all airspace classes. The first approach of standards development separated controlled airspace and non-controlled airspace, and very low level, which is not use space airspace. There can be a great overlap, but it is not the same thing. I would say that we are on the right track and work is being done. A lot of, main projects are reported here. MIDCA started more than a decade ago. Then Cesar is completed the job on the civil side. I would mention UDAS project. That is a good example where public funding has been used, targeting military necessities of RPAS integration, where the technology and the enabler is the same of civil air traffic, like detect and avoid. And basically, they are helping a lot civil aviation equipment standardization in completing the work. This work is mainly completing definition of the standards for all the involved functions. Detect and avoid is not only collision avoidance, also remain well clear is an important function, which is currently missing. Human-machine interface and sensors as well. We have the 271 standard that needs to be updated because the remain well clear functionality was missing, and we need to extend its applicability to non-controlled airspace. Then, if we want certified products to be authorized in the airspace, we need ETSO that certified this part of technology to be used. They can be issued demonstrating compliance to operational performance standards. And this is not only addressing the detect and avoid function itself, but also its sensors. And let's remind that sensors are not only of cooperative type, but also image-based or passive sensors can be used. Now, detect and avoid is not only a vehicle-to-vehicle problem. Again, we have a decade experience in the military sector for military counter UAS. Countering UAS is based on three main functions. The detection is the same issues we can have in the civil world and the same technology. So dual use is highly recommended. The second function is the so-called communication control, or C4I, that is use of the information. I would say military use of detection information is quite different from civilian, but this function is way more important in the civil sector, and dissemination and use and sharing of the information is another topic. The last part of the counter UAS, the effector or the actuation, I would say should stay in the military side, because even jamming, disturbing, or destroying a drone, well, it requires rules of engagement that are not likely to be directly handled by civilian operators, at least military, if not military, police forces. And this applies to the airport protection from drones, which is an ongoing concern and activity. But not only airport protection, because we can also protect portion of airspaces, like geographical zones of use spaces, and being able to detect intruders of any kind. They can be drones or even easier manned aircraft. This can offer new services and new functionalities, and enhancing the safety offered by these systems. The last topic is the ecosystems. I would recommend partnerships between big industries that have, well, some qualities like scalability, reliability, and things that you cannot find on small startups. But innovation and new technology is better carried out and brought to work by small companies. So partnership is key to success. Some examples of partnerships and of activities of Leonardo are not visible in the small images, but we also support innovation, open innovation, with different level of involvement of the industry and of maturity of the activity of the solution. Starting from innovation contests promoting individual contributions. This applies both to Leonardo employees, but we also support other organizations providing the industry expertise for their initiatives. We have a Leonardo drone contest that offers universities the opportunities of challenging in a safe environment that is offered by Leonardo, so that they can push innovation and application of artificial intelligence to the challenges that we offer them that might be helpful for the future of urban air mobility in a safe environment. On a more internal side, we have Leonardo labs that are developing long-term research, but with the target of making it the usable technology for tomorrow's application, like on a 10-year scale. But being these inside an industrial company, they can interface to the today's products or today's needs.
Sorry, Maurizio, I think it's, since we are exceeding a little bit our time, so I need to ask you to go to the point.
Yes, okay.
So can also have the other one to provide.
I will close saying that I already mentioned some partnerships that we have with new companies on new technology. And this is from the industry side. From the point of view of institutions, I would recommend commonly funded projects between military and civil sector, not only cooperation, but there are some concept of use that could be dual use, that could be of interest to the military. So that it's not only a matter of cooperation and sharing, something can be done really together. And again, I suggest to include standardization and support application, real use of this technology. Well, I think we offered enough for the discussion. And
yeah, you provided a lot of very great inputs. So for sure, proportionality is a key topic here. Try to allow operations depending on the level of risk, and this is why we are starting already to see some operation with a lower level of risk, and also recognition of the military standard. And I'm happy that you mentioned that we already have some projects that were already certified under the military standard, and we are going then to recognize it. So dual use will be important. Now let's see from someone that is a bit closer to the smaller manufacturers, to those that are now really providing these new services. So what is your perspective on what kind of standards are needed? Matthias.
Could I simply start with the presentation and
Please.
address it in there? Okay, thank you. Okay, when you look at this picture, please bear in mind the context, because I will come back to that. No, just kidding. Okay, so ESG is small compared to those here, to the left and to my right. We are certainly not a small enterprise, and as you see, we are quite established in the aviation domain. We're entertaining a design organization, a production maintenance organization under EASA, and then also a military design and maintenance organization. And we are basically specialized in producing special equipment. I will come to that. And integrating other larger companies' assets into the systems of the German armed forces and the police. So that's basically our background. We are mainly focused on defense, but also on other state businesses, if you like, including drone defense or counter-drone. see if this is working. Yep. So for the drones, the target markets that we have identified and which we think will be the growth areas of the near future. And what we look at is basically, and it was already pointed out a couple of times today, that's surveillance, transport, inspection tasks. Somehow I would be inclined to include agriculture here. Well, not basically for our needs, but it has been raised a couple of times, and I think agriculture is something which is going to grow in the near future as well. Delivery of goods, we talked about it already a couple of times, the search and rescue. This is more related to operation by authorities and authorizations, organization with security tasks, obviously, and research and development. We should not really forget about our colleagues doing research on the universities as well as us manufacturers doing development, because even though there is a specific category, we are really having problems getting areas where we can do test flights. And therefore, I very much appreciate what you said, the sandbox environment. But to be honest, if this is in Italy, I'm having a problem. So we should really have a European exercise of providing test areas and sandboxes, if you like, which are close to those industries wherever they are in Europe. So I would like to say, if I need to travel 200 kilometers, that's okay. If it's more than that, it's getting much more complicated and we don't get the iteration cycles that we need for development. So it would be good if we could also focus on getting us as an industry into really doing testing and doing research. Other than that, we believe that these drones, the systems that we develop, this ecosystem is much more societally acceptable and of economic benefit and ecology friendly if it is augmenting or even better replacing larger, in particular manned aircraft, rather than adding to traffic. And in particular, therefore, we think it's something which in the near future will be taking place in the non-urban environment. So I'm not talking about air taxis. Obviously, that's urban. But for these items that you see on the screen at the moment, we think this is going to happen in the non-urban environment. I think this goes without saying, because you're certainly searching for people in the urban environment is something completely different than searching for a lost kid in the woods. And therefore, for that, a drone might be much better than you would have to fly a manned aircraft or tornado, whatsoever. Okay, and when we map that onto the EASA roadmap, it basically looks like that. So half of that is taking place in the specific category. So medium risk, high risk. There are also these parts with the delivery because of their intrinsic risk. They're taking place in the certified category, either here the type 2 or the specialized operations. But for all these things, we definitely need some reliable technology. And reliable technology is based on standards, because otherwise there's not very much way of showing that you're really reliable and robust. And the key technologies that we see here, what we see as ESG here, are the monitoring and the flight termination, so kind of a core functionality. So I suppose that this is something which every UAV has by itself, because in the end, flight termination is simply cutting the engine. Then obviously, we are talking about containment. This is also a SORA task. So we have the enhanced containment, basic containment. This is geofencing and geocaching. And for that purpose, EUROCAE has already issued a standard, and I think it has not been applied very much. And I'm quite sure that we need to refine and retune it, right? And I think this is an exercise that we have to do in the next future, with taking the lessons learned and then doing better standards here. But at least we have something, and that means we're able to apply and get the experience. Then, of course, reducing the effects of ground impact. That is, as you all know, SORA mitigation M2. Basically, this means, even though it's not spelled out in there, that there will be some kind of a parachute system that reduces the impact energy. That's what we are talking about here. I come to that a little bit later. And then, obviously, there's a large block called here coordination and separation. And it includes, from our point of view, detect and avoid. So this image that you see here is not our detect and avoid system, comes from the drone defense, which, as you said, includes the detection part. And as Maurizio already pointed out, avoiding is easy, provided that you see something. Yes, of course, this coordination and separation includes also the UTM data services and vehicle-to-vehicle communication. I'm coming to that later, but actually I don't have to, because you already addressed that. So, yeah, not dropping too many words about that, and since we are already a little bit behind schedule, let me just show you, since Maurizio already showed off with all his products. We are having a product series called the Valerian. It comes in 2 flavors. It's Protect, it's basically a containment system, and another one is the recovery system. And you see here we have 3 elements in there with increasing reliability and independence. So on the left-hand side, the GMS is basically a system that is an augmentation of an autopilot, it's talking to an autopilot, and it is basically kind of automotive technology. And more to the right here in the middle, we have a fully certificated system. It is under the military regime. It's in the Sea Falcon for the German Navy. It is developed to meet FDAL-B. So in hazardous conditions, has a reliability of 10 to the power of -5 per flight hour. It is fully independent, and under development at the moment is a system which also adds an inertial reference system to it, so it can be flown in a GPS-denied area, and is then fully integrated, or can be fully integrated. And as I said before, we are not developing UAS. We are also not developing RPS or pilot stations. So these are elements that can be integrated into an existing system, or can be co-designed or put into a system which is developed, but not to so high a standard as, for instance, our colleague here, Maurizio, would have. So he is certainly somebody who is not in need of such a system. But if we are having somebody who has developed just a drone and it does not have a certification, then this system allows him to operate in a sandbox, as we just said. And then, as I said, we have this parachute rescue system here. That's quite interesting. It's a combination in application of different standards. So the parachute is certificated, under, in this case here, a German glider rescue system framework, but obviously you could have also a parachute under the PIA system, which is then integrated into a helicopter, which has a trigger module, which is developed under SAE 4754. So we have here the full ARP suite, and this is, I think, might be a good demonstration of how to use existing standards. I would like to say that in doing so, and you see here that we have an EASA DVR in process, it might have been better to have a standard which is more tailored to this particular task. So I think this is also something that we should keep in mind. Taking existing standards and at least adding to them maybe an addendum, I don't know, something which allows the manufacturer to clearly say how this needs to be interpreted for an unmanned aircraft system. That's it.
Thank you, Matthias. I'm taking a lot of interesting notes, so I think it will have a very good discussion.
Good sign or a bad sign?
Good sign. So, Peter, from the perspective of manufacturer of components, what is your view?
Okay. Hello. So, well, saying from the
I don't know if the word making the components, but it's true that Honeywell is one of the company which is here from maybe start of the aviation, and we can say that we produce nearly all systems on the aircraft except the aircraft themselves, and developing them for nearly all the segments of the aviation. So from different type of manned aircraft to also urban air mobility and unmanned systems. So this brings one important benefit, that we hear what are the issues from the different customers' perspective, from different airspace users' perspective, and when looking for the technical solutions, at the one side we can take into account this holistic understanding, and at the same time, from the technical perspective, we can leverage also the technical advances which were gained on the different segments. So this is probably the main message, what probably differ us from many of the industry. Considering our view and or our involvement in the unmanned system and urban air mobility, and I would like to say, by speaking about urban air mobility, we are speaking both about the cargo and passenger transport. But similarly, like some of my co-panelists, we are looking quite a lot on the bigger systems. We try to offer the integrated solution to them, and it's both the propulsions and the avionics. I will speak here more about the avionics. And by looking on this new part of the market, what we are observing, a lot of on the previous panels on the use space, we were talking quite a lot about the use cases which can be somehow located in the relatively small geographical area, feed it with the services. But huge business value is in fact in operations which are much more complex and should be served definitely by the certified category. And then whether we are talking about air taxi going from the airport somewhere in the city or in some regional transport hub, or if we are speaking about the cargo, where again, in order that this type of new operations make business sense, they need somehow to fill the gaps which are in the current transportation, or they need to make it in the more efficient way. So typically, it's a lot of these use cases will really require go from highly controlled airspace like the airport, transfer the terminal maneuvering area, so controlled airspace. So airspace is ABC, and then big part of the flight happening in the uncontrolled airspace. As stated, it is the most complex environment, and then potentially and quite often ended in the use space. So what it means from the manufacturer of such vehicle, or from the operators of this vehicle, I need to ensure that I am safe in the uncontrolled airspace. So I need to have the airborne equipment which manage the safety without any kind of ground support. And then I need to be compatible with U-space, because I will traverse the U-space. So ideally, I should complement the capability that I have airborne with benefiting from the U-space services. And I need to be compatible with the ATC control when I fly in the controlled airspace. But still, for me, the key is that I need to have the baseline, the systems that make me safe in the uncontrolled airspace. I mentioned, it was stated here multiple times, automation, autonomy, communication, and not speaking only about command and control links, so between the ground station and the vehicle, but also between the vehicles themselves, so vehicle to vehicle, and also vehicle to infrastructure, to be able to communicate it with the service provider. So again, nothing new, but needs to be emphasized. And then detect and avoid systems which manage the potential safety threats, whether it is traffic or it is the terrain and obstacles, potentially in some use cases also the weather. So these are the things what I would like from the standardization perspective highlight. They are not independent. more independent vehicle you have with the more capability, you can relax the communication requirement. If you have multiple links, communication links, you have vehicle to infrastructure and command and control, you can relax potentially the requirements of the command and control. While conventionally in the standardization, we develop these standards independently to, well, a bit oversimplify, but it's not really common kind of at this degree of freedom and thinking, okay, we are designing the whole solution and there are different classes of vehicles and the requirements on these different technology will vary according to these different classes. So maybe this kind of message. So from this technology, I pick up the one which was mentioned during today's panels probably the most often, and detect and avoid, as this is definitely also one of the strong expertise of Honeywell. And I wanted maybe leverage a bit, go a bit one step deeper in the detail, because detect and avoid is the term is used quite often, but in fact it encompasses multiple functions. So there are the collision avoidance, which is last moment maneuvering and really kind of safety function. And there is the remain well clear, which is kind of separation management, which saying can compete with the tactical conflict management in the use space, or is overlapping or potentially overlapping with ATC control. So these two functions. For the collision avoidance, which is really kind of last moment maneuvering, I think there is a relatively clear framework for standardization. We know how to handle it. For the remain well clear in the uncontrolled airspace, it is definitely a function which is very important because it helps to protect the aircraft. However, when we go to the controlled airspace or in the use space, how we can benefit from these functions? Should we simply ignore it and rely only on the services, or we should somehow found the way and found the rules, how the two systems complement each other and improve the performance together? This is one point which definitely is on regulation, on harmonization, and it is one point that I wanted, I'll highlight it. On the technical side, detect and avoid are sensors, key part, and I would say the bottleneck on the current systems, because to ensure that, and it was also mentioned here already several times, the first prerequisite to manage somehow the traffic is we need to know where the other vehicles are, and we can. One thing that is comparing to the military area or military market should be emphasized when we go to the civil. The systems are much more sensitive of the coast. And so there is a lot of demonstration showing how the different sensors work and how we can see non-cooperative traffic. But if we want to make the systems which is affordable for a large spectrum of the users, relying really highly on the non-cooperative sensors will be really challenging from the cost, energy, and size and weight. So if I want to emphasize one topic that really requires harmonization and should be the big priority from our perspective on the standardization level, is to work on the interoperable vehicle-to-vehicle communication link, which will enable communication between all the type of users. And it is not only about the traffic surveillance, because another aspect of the detect and avoid, once you start to maneuvering, it is important to let the others know what you are doing, so that you can either really coordinate the maneuver, so you complement each other, or at least you say to the others what you are doing, so they know I should go from your way. So again, without some kind of vehicle-to-vehicle communication and interoperable link, which is needed for this will be always very difficult to achieve. So I know that we are quite late, so I try to fasten my message. So I leave the rest maybe for the discussion, but I think the main message that I wanted to say, rules on the remain were clear, and interoperability with the services, both on the USpace side and the ATC side. This is the operational priority, and the vehicle-to-vehicle communication on the technical area.
Thank you, Peter. So I think we identify what are the areas where most standards should be developed. But there is a question here on the chat that I would like to discuss, because I think it gives us the opportunity to discuss another point. The question is, how does EASA establish the adequate level of standardization to be applicable to the small drones in the specific category? So the answer is that in reality, EASA, or better, the European Commission, and then with the support of EASA, identifies in the regulation the performance requirements. EASA identified then the acceptance of compliance, but then the standards are developed by the industry. So it's industry that is proposing which one are the standards that are most suitable for the different level of risk. Now, when we talk about large drone, then the operation in the higher risk, we have a company like Leonardo, Airbus, of which we were working since decades. So they know how to develop standards. They are very much engaged with all the standardization body, with EUROCAE. But when instead we talk of smaller drone, where we have new players, sometimes our organization with a very limited number of resources, and also with a very limited background, they don't know also how the standardization works in the aviation. How can we involve them? I need to tell you that I participated in the last weeks in some meetings from EUROCAE for standards that were for very small drones, for the Cell 2, Cell 3 operation. And there were very limited number of participants. Almost no one was participating. And I think the reason is that because we are not able to involve this kind of industry. I'm wondering here among the public, also those online, how many people are coming from these very small operators or manufacturers that now should be supporting developing this kind of standard. So how do you think we can provide this message to this organization to be more involved, especially to Matthias? That you are not in the smaller. You still are an organization with with a kind of background of aviation, but maybe you can help us.
Maybe I can say something, a few words from the perspective of also being in UAV DACH, in the standardization group there. And actually, we have some manufacturers, also smaller manufacturers in this group. And most of the time, they're funneling their inputs or their needs through me, actually, or through those who are represented in EUROCAE, which are, for instance, for ESG, we have Tobias Powell, who is also involved. We have Elda Scaldera, you may know her, and other colleagues. So they are feeding into these regulatory standardization processes, and we involve them, which is a little bit complicated because we cannot share the drafts with them, so we have to explain them to them, we have to have a session with them. It's actually, it takes quite some time, but it is useful. And we are trying to encourage them to go into the standardization bodies themselves, because this is more efficient than doing it like that. And then we always get the replies, we don't have the time, we don't have the resources, we cannot afford actually investing in membership, which is ridiculous. And then they complain in the end that there are standards which they cannot use. But on the other hand, the question is, why are there any standards that they cannot use? This can be true as well. So I'm clueless. I cannot answer you this question. We're trying to involve them. We're trying to to advertise being in here, but it's, if you remember also ASD Stan, which is a similar issue. Lots of people applying for being in a subgroup, and then it's basically, Maurizio knows, it's basically five people working on the standard. 2 of them writing them.
Yeah.
And I think this needs more advertisement from the regulatory bodies, and there must be easier ways to get into these panels and to contribute and to even draft items. And even if I look at RMT 230, right, there's not so many stakeholders writing the sections. There's a couple of them from the industry. There's lots of volocopter inputs, Airbus inputs, so major industries. So the smaller ones are also not there. So I think this is a general question, and since we as the, let's say, the industry, the medium-sized industry, as well as the, let's say, lobby organization, we're also quite clueless here. So there must be something done basically from the top, I think.
Okay, thank you. Ignacio?
Yeah, well, the question was not for me, but I can give you my personal view, which is a bit more simplistic, maybe oversimplistic. The reason is funding. The way that you bring people to a standardization, which is a voluntary basis, is either because they have a business interest or because they are externally funded. And this is the thing. There are a lot of funding, public funding, going to research and development, and the thing that we should ensure is that the complete standardization process is finished with this funding. This is something that is an example that we are doing, for example, in remote pilot stations. And sorry, standardization is a pain. I'm sorry for, but I mean, it's a painful process. It's long, and you have comments. You have to support the comments. You have to, and it's not easy. It's like a peer review. Well, it's a peer review, in fact. And these activities, which are not appealing normally, has to be funded.
Maybe as a takeaway, we can take as we need to find an alternative way to engage with the industry. So this may be a plea to also to EUROCAE, but also to other standardization body. So the proposal from Ignacio is maybe let's see if we can use some research and development fund, I don't know, something that will allow these manufacturers, small manufacturer, to be engaged. Maybe it will be also useful if this manufacturer will establish an association such that they can coordinate together what could be their need to convey to us. So I think that we have now quite a good takeaway on which kind of standards we should develop, how to change our mindset in order to engage with the industry. So I think that we can thank the panelists. Maybe you can give an applause to the panelists. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you for this very interesting inputs. I think everybody forgot about our small technical issues at the beginning. Yes, once again, thank you to all of you. I think we noted down a lot of interesting ideas which were shared around the panelists. I think there's still a lot of work to do, but it's very encouraging to see that the things are progressing, and people are calling for coordination, cooperation in order to find these solutions, mutually benefit for all of the stakeholders. It's not easy, but I think everyone are going into the same direction. So, and I hope we all reach the objectives which are set in front of us. So once again, thank you very much for this very interesting discussion. Thank you very much to the sponsors for making this event possible. And yes, I'm going to pass the floor now to Anna for our further announcements.
Further announcements. Okay, thank you, Sergio. Thank you to the panel. Just very briefly, we're at the end of day 1 of our Symposium program. We will start our General Assembly in 15-ish minutes. We were set to start at 5:30, and we'll start as soon as we're set for that. For administrative reasons, you all know the drill, I think. We have to all leave the room and sign in so that we have a proper attendance record to cover the formal part of the General Assembly. Dinner will start at 8 o'clock. It will be served in the same room. And at about 20 to 8, there will be some apéro drinks being served outside, so in the lobby just in front of this room. So for those who will join the General Assembly, see you in a few minutes, and for the others, see you at 7:45 or 7:20. Thank you.